Hello, Jane.
Hello, JVS.
Hello,
How are
Jane.
you?
Yeah, marvellous. Thank you, Jane. I hope you are too.
Yes.
I
thank
gather you have a consumer problem, though. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I went down to see my children. I was going to go for a couple of days, and it takes me 2 hours to get to them. So I thought I'd book into a hotel. So I used an online booking agency just for one night, just for myself. I got down to my daughters. We had a lovely time. Haven't seen them much because of the COVID. And then it was time for me to go. So sort of middle of the evening. I did a
Can I ask a rather personal question?
Yes, okay.
Do you mind? What? Just out of interest, why were you not staying with one of your children?
Oh, well, because they only have one bed in each house.
Oh,
And
okay.
they can't put me up. And it was
okay.
more comfortable to sleep in a bed rather than on a sofa.
I absolutely hear you. I just wondered. I wondered out of interest why one of them hadn't said, "Oh, Mum, stay with us, stay with us." But if there was no bed available, then I can fully understand why you opted for the hotel.
Yes.
So on that particular day, you went to say goodbye, and you were heading off to the hotel, were you?
Yes, I headed off to the hotel. It took me 30 minutes, and I didn't find the drive very easy, but I got there in the end. I was a little bit later than I'd hoped I'd be, but I was still well before 10:30 in the evening, so that was okay.
Mm-hmm.
I went up to parked in front of the hotel and knocked on the door, and there was no answer, and there weren't lights on downstairs, but there were lights on upstairs. So I knocked again a little bit harder, and still there was no answer.
What time of the day was this?
This was about 9:30 in the evening, so it was dark.
Okay.
So I thought, well, what am I going to do? So I sat in the car, and I thought, I might hoot my horn. So I hooted my horn really loudly, so loudly actually that one of the guests came to the window and said, "Is that you hooting your horn?" So that was a bit naughty, I suppose. But I still didn't get any response from anybody who was from the hotel. So
hang on. Before you did your horn honking, which must have really pleased everyone staying in the hotel. So just out of interest, you tried knocking, no answer.
Yes.
Had you tried phoning them?
Well, I tried phoning them after that.
Well, after the horn or before the horn?
After the horn.
After that, you did the horn first?
Yes, I did.
Gosh, you don't care, do you?
I do really.
Blimey.
I rang and there was no answer. All I could do was leave a message. And I thought, well, this is no good, so what am I going to do now? So I thought I'd get in contact with the agency that I'd booked through. It took me 20 minutes to get through to them, so I was sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting. And eventually somebody answered and said, well, could you just hang on for a minute or two? So I hung on, and I assumed that they were contacting the hotel, which was good. Came back to me and said, could you wait 30 minutes because they're going to be out to you in 30 minutes? And I said, well, fine, but what happens if they don't come out to me within 30 minutes?
Sorry, what do you mean by they were going to come out to you?
Well, they weren't at the hotel.
What, the owners of the hotel weren't in their hotel?
The owners of the hotel weren't in the hotel, no.
Well, where were they?
I don't know. But all I know is it was going to take them 30 minutes to get to me. They would be there within 30 minutes.
Right. And this was a hotel. This wasn't kind of self-catering apartments or anything like that where it was necessary to phone the owner, half an hour before you turn up. Sometimes there's that kind of system in place.
No, I believe it had 25 rooms. It was,
right.
Hotel.
Well, it seems very bizarre then to just leave the hotel with no one looking after it.
It is very bizarre, very weird. And the guest whom I disturbed was very kind. She went and had a look downstairs to see if she could find anybody, but she couldn't. And she couldn't find a room open, so she was going to let me in through the back. And I thought that was not right.
No. So they said, well, hang on there, and the owner will be there in half an hour to let you into the hotel.
Within half an hour. And so I said, well, why wasn't anybody here? They've had problems with night staff, okay? And I said, well, what happens if nobody turns up? Thinking the worst. Well, we'll ring you in about 30 minutes to make sure that somebody has turned up. And if they haven't, then we'll find you alternative accommodation and pay the difference.
Oh, right.
Fair thought that was fine. So I waited for 30 minutes. Nobody turned up. And I waited for another 10 minutes just to see if anybody would turn up or if anybody would ring me. And nobody did. Neither a phone call nor anybody arriving. So I thought, well, I'll give this agency a ring again. Started to ring them, and then I thought, well, hang on a minute, it's really late. I could be on the phone for another 20 minutes waiting for them, and then a bit longer for them to find me a hotel to stay in. And this is going to be way past midnight. So I'd already had conversations with my daughters, and they said I could go and sleep on the sofa, which is what I wanted to avoid doing. But it was better to sleep on a sofa than not sleep anywhere, apart from in the car. So I drove a 30-minute drive back to my daughter's and slept on the sofa.
Very annoying.
Very annoying. And I rang the agency when I got there, held on again for another 20 minutes, spoke to somebody who said, who asked me where I was. And I said, well, I'm at my daughter's. I'm sleeping on the sofa. She said she'd cancel the booking for me. I thought that was very kind. But I said, I wanted to know, why had nobody arrived? How dare they treat me in this way and not phone me when they said they were going to? And I really got cross and quite angry then. I don't swear, so I didn't swear. But I did say I'm going to terminate the conversation. And I terminated it, and I sent them an email the following morning.
So what is it you're looking at? I mean, it all sounds a nightmare, and I'm so sorry you had that experience because, it's just late at night, you just want to go to bed, and you've got all this blooming hassle. Just sounds awful. So what are you looking for now? What can I do to help you?
Well, I wouldn't mind actually having the £55 back that I paid for the hotel.
Well, that's a given, surely.
Well, that you would think is a given, but it hasn't come back yet.
Really?
Yes, really. Now, see, I think the agency cancelled the booking, but I think it's down to the hotel to do the refunding. I'm not absolutely sure. I don't know about that. I'm not absolutely convinced. But I want to know why the booking wasn't honoured. Why did nobody come out? Why did the agency not phone me? And then in their email that they sent in response to my email, they said that they hope it won't happen to me again. They hope it won't happen to me again. Well, what have they got in place so this doesn't happen to people again?
It's ridiculous. And have you at any stage picked up the phone and asked to speak to the manager of that hotel to explain the situation and say, I want to know what happened because I turned up in good faith having booked a room at your hotel, only to find all the lights turned off and you've got random guests upstairs in their pants who clearly were in their room, and yet no one was there on the front desk, no one was to let me in.
No, I didn't actually ring and speak to anybody. I sent them an email. I haven't had a reply to that either, and that was sent several days ago.
Would you like me to make one or two phone calls and try and find out what happened?
That would be brilliant if you could, because I know you're very good at doing that sort of thing.
Well, I like doing it. I mean, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's kind of everyone's worst nightmare, isn't it, when you book accommodation like this? You just want to turn up and you want everything to be tickety-boo. It
would have been lovely. It would have been really lovely. It was quite a shock to find it wasn't like that, and I don't like driving too late at night. So,
right.
Having to do that extra hour's drive on top of the 2 hours I'd done earlier on in the day wasn't brilliant.
Fine. Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail, and I promise you I will contact that company straight after the programme today and ask them to explain why you were left in this position and how anybody else can have confidence that booking a hotel through this company, they will not turn up late at night only to find the same situation.
Thank you very much.
Leave it with us. Did you manage to get some sleep on the sofa or not?
Yes, I did, after a while.
Yes, after a while you thought, why have I done this to myself? Right, leave it with me. I'll get in touch with that company for you this afternoon, okay? Kimberly moved into a brand new house 5 years ago. Over lockdown, she noticed the taps in all 3 of her bathrooms had gone all funny.
Chrome was all peeling off and stuff, and it was all black around there. So we thought we'd get in touch with the company and just let them know what was happening. Unfortunately, they were closed due to COVID. We were in warranty at that point in time, obviously, when we rang them, and unfortunately no one was there. We even tried, I think, emailing as well and got no response at all. So we left it. And unfortunately, things just, it's just gotten worse and worse with time. And it's just embarrassing when guests come over and the chrome is all peeling away, especially in the guest toilet downstairs. So luckily, of course, everything opened back. We got in touch with them. They were kind at first, and it's just been a pushback ever since then. We haven't sent the right information to them that they need to see. This is not what we need something else, but no help at all.
Well, I promised Kimberly I would contact the manufacturer of those taps to find out why the chrome was all peeling and bubbling, and that's exactly what I did. Kimberly's back on the JVS show. Hello, Kimberly.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm marvellous, thank you, Kimberly. I hope you are too. Now, you will recall from our very first conversation, I mentioned that when you were telling the story, it was sent to deja vu. Mm-hmm. Because I myself had exactly the same issue with the taps in my bathroom that are also about 5 years old. The taps on my bath. Not on the basin, the basin's fine, but the taps on the bath were going a bit bubbly. And it was annoying me because, I like a nice clean bathroom and I like it all polished and looking nice. I like my hotel to look, my bathroom to look a bit like a bathroom in a hotel, you see. Mm-hmm. And it was annoying me that my taps were all bubbling after such a short amount of time. So when you were telling me the story, I thought out of interest, I wonder if it's the same make of taps. Sure enough, it was. Anyway, I thought, well, I'll keep my powder dry. So I contacted the company on your behalf and I explained the situation, and the company went away and listened back to the phone recordings between you and them. And they straight away came back and said, we have got a recording of a conversation that took place with Kimberly where Kimberly admitted she has used a certain cleaning chemical on her taps that we do not recommend. It is a cleaning chemical that we consider to be too abrasive for use on chrome taps, and therefore it's down to her as to why the taps have started to peel and bubble. Well, you see, this is where the fact that I had the same problem came in very handy for you. Because I said to this man immediately at the company, well, that's very interesting, because I have the same taps as Kimberly. And my taps have also started bubbling. In fact, they look identical in terms of what's happened to the chrome. And I know that I have at no point used that chemical on my taps. And I know that because years ago, I got told by a bathroom installer, never use this product. It's far too abrasive on bathtubs and chrome. So I know I haven't used that chemical. So he said, that's interesting. Well, I don't know why yours would have gone. I said, well, let me send you a photo because they look identical to Kimberly's taps. Mm-hmm. Absolutely identical. So I sent over the photos of my taps. I got home from work and I took photos of my taps and I sent it off to him. And the chap came back, to be very fair to him, he's very good about it. He came back and he said, right, okay, well, look, we're not going to argue over this. We would like to replace your taps for me. And of course, we would like to replace Kimberly's taps as well. So I said to him, well, I'd be more than happy for you to replace both of our taps on the basis that for my listeners, I would like you to analyse my taps in particular, and I'd like you to work out why the chrome has started to peel and bubble. Because I want to know whether you've got a manufacturing issue. Mm-hmm. So he said, OK, that's fine. Now, to be fair, they got in touch with you. They were very good about it. They said, yep, we're going to send someone round. We're going to send a plumber and we are going to replace all of the affected taps in your house. Kimberly, has that now happened?
It has. And the customer service we received after the second phone call you gave them has been, it was amazing. The guy came, he fixed the taps. Very good customer service after that. So I'm really grateful that it's all, gone to plan, so to speak. Yeah.
Well, that's marvellous to hear. Now, the one missing part of this story, of course, is what had caused the chrome to bubble. Mm. I was very pleased. While I was off on my holidays, I received an email from this man, from the tap manufacturer. Came back with a very nice email. He said, in respect of the taps, now this is regarding my taps, not yours, but I presume it's the same for both of ours, because as I say, looking at the photographs, it looked identical. He said, in respect to the taps, there is a manufacturing error where it appears the base metal had not been cleaned correctly prior to the dipping process for the chrome.
Right.
This is rare, but it does occasionally happen. He also goes on to say, we found some scoring around the base that is consistent with someone using a mole grip or similar to hold the tap while it was fitted. This is not a product quality issue.
Right.
For the manufacturing quality, I can only apologise and hope that with the replacement taps and fitting being covered, the matter is now satisfactorily concluded. Well, it certainly is. I just hope that nobody else will have this issue with their taps, because when you have taps fitted, often it's quite eye-watering when you see how much taps cost, but also you expect them to last for a lot longer than 5 years, don't you?
Definitely.
Regarding your taps, and indeed mine, they're now all replaced and looking lovely. Shall I thank this company very much indeed and give them my horn?
Definitely.
Super. If you have any other problems, you know where I am, Kimberly.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. You've been a big help. Thank you.
Now, Lucy had an old polycarbonate roof on her conservatory that needed replacing, so she found a company to do the job.
They sent a survey around and they said, yep, we can do this, 5,700, and you're paying for instalments as a deposit when the materials arrive, when the roof is erected, and then when the job is finally done. The job was supposed to take 3 days to a week. They arrived on the 19th of October, the subcontractors, and from that point, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And the third-party mediation company said, look, debit card dispute, can't do that. Wait for the company to cease trading, get the insurance back guarantee. Well, I can't do that because I've got water coming in, half plastered, building materials everywhere. Third option, small claims court. Spoken to a solicitor, he said to me, well, it's a clear breach of contract, isn't it? This has been an absolute disaster. And I'm coming to you because it's a lengthy process and it's an expensive process. So I was just hoping if there might be something that you guys could do.
Well, as I promised Lucy, I went off to have a word with the company. It was slightly concerning when I started to look into this, because I was already dealing with the gentleman that runs this company regarding another matter about a different company that he runs. But what's the latest on Lucy and her conservatory roof? Lucy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lucy.
Hi, how are you? Okay.
I'm very well, thank you, Lucy. Now, if we can just bring ourselves up to speed with where we're at, or where we were at, just before I went off on my holes, because the company had initially said, when I went to speak to them, they said that they were going to get someone round to come and remove all of the necessary parts of the roof so that an independent person could assess what was going on so that a way forward could be found in terms of repairing the roof. Now, that took some time. It wasn't straightforward, but it did finally happen. The bad news was when the independent person came out to have a look at the roof, he suggested that there was no way this roof could just be repaired. It needed to be completely redone.
Yeah.
And it was at that point the original company suddenly went very quiet on you, and you said they hadn't responded to your calls or the independent assessor's calls, and you were getting very frustrated.
Yeah, the director hadn't, yeah.
Now, I went off to have a word with the company again, as you know. I also mentioned to him just before my holidays that you were now at the point where you were left with no alternative but to pursue him through the small claims court. Suddenly, there was a flurry of activity. Suddenly, the company made lots of contact with you and were very keen to resolve the matter. What's happened since we last spoke, Lucy? Are things looking up?
Okay, so on that day, the company itself called me and said, right, we can send somebody around on the 30th of August to replace the roof, which is about a week and a half's time. My initial reaction, as you know, was, no, you've had so many chances, this is going to be a nightmare, I don't really trust you to do it. However, I went away and spoke to a partner, and we decided to give them a start fresh, just give them another chance to do it. We decided it was a good idea to get the director to say that he'd appointed this company, because there's no legal link between them at the moment. and to agree to work with a third-party mediation company just because I like having them involved. So I emailed the director and I said, are you prepared to work with a third-party mediation company? Are you prepared to talk to them? And can you confirm that you, yourself, your company are appointing these people to replace the roof? And a few emails back and forth, but yes, he agreed to all of that. The third-party mediation company said, yeah, we will continue. We've suspended his account, but we'll continue to work with him. And we can send out a compromise agreement as well to both of you that you both sign, which lists everything in the inspector's report that is agreed to be done.
Right.
So that was great. I then haven't got that from the director, I then contacted the company themselves. And I said, appreciate you want to come on the 30th. I'd like to get it fixed really quickly. However, there are things that need to be, that's only a week and a half time. There are things that need to be done first. Number one, the box gutter comes from an external manufacturer and is bespoke. So that takes about 2 to 3 weeks to be ordered and come through. The roof itself needs to be remeasured because all the timber in it that's holding it up is, too short. It got measured wrong last time. So a carpenter needs to essentially build the structure of the roof. And there's another part that takes is bespoke, comes from external manufacturer. That took 2 to 3 weeks to come last time. So having said this, there was a lot of me kind of, the person I was dealing with saying, I'll call you back. I can't talk right now. I'll call you back. Me chasing and then saying they call me the next day. And there's been a hell of a lot of that, of me chasing, okay? So eventually we agreed that a roofer would come round on Thursday, not the week that's just passed, the one before, and sit down with me and go through everything. So we did that. I went through the report and I said, okay, these are things that needs to happen in case you haven't seen the report. Can you support the roof? You need to support the weight of the roof so the windows don't go. He wasn't 100% sure how he was going to do that, so I was going to go back to the inspector and ask his advice on that. We spoke about the bits that needed to be completely replaced. For example, the Tapco tiles, the windows, we don't need new ones of those. So we just I talked through everything, all my concerns, and we agreed that I would speak to the inspector and that he would go away with the measurements of the box cutter back to the company and I would talk to the company about what needs to be done. So that day I spoke to the company and I said, you need to order a new box gutter because mine's got holes in it. The roof has got the measurements. And she said, okay, well, I'll do that. I'll order that. That will give me a lead time. And from there, I'll know when we can install the roof and in the meantime, when a carpenter can come and build the rest of it. And that night, I sent an email to the company, to the director, to the third-party mediation company, listing everything that we had spoken about, agreed to be done, what had been discussed.
Why do I sense you're building up to something that's going to make my heart sink?
Okay, so on this conversation, when I spoke to the company, I said about you to order box gutter, blah, blah, blah. I said, look, please can you call me by Wednesday next week with some kind of update, even if it's not a big one. It kind of stresses me out when I don't hear from you because I've had a lot of days of, as I said, not hearing from them and chasing them and getting calls a day later and stuff like that. And she said, yeah, it was a perfectly friendly conversation, we've been getting on well. And she said, yeah, by Wednesday I'll definitely call you, I understand. Wednesday came and went. Thursday I sent a message saying, hi, I'm waiting for my update and I haven't heard anything at all last week. So last night, it's the only time I had to do it really, I sent the director an email and just saying that communication's breaking down. It's a lot of me chasing and it's a lot of me organising and trying to do this, that and the other. The final thing was the lady agreed to call me on Wednesday and did not. And, please can you, the director, provide me with a date, an installation date, and when the carpenter is going to come and measure up and do it ASAP.
Right. And have you had a response to that?
Not yet. I mean, it was sent late last night.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, and as you know from our conversations, the group of people that ultimately are running this company, I have had dealings with many times over the years. And the pattern of behaviour you are describing is very normal. Unfortunately, a little bit of activity, yeah, we'll get that sorted out, blah, 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 and then suddenly complete silence that goes on for a long time. I just hope that you're not being fobbed off. I just hope, because that's what's happened in the past. You get the enough attempts at communication to give you the feeling that everything is being resolved, and then complete radio silence that then continues forever. So I just really hope that's not the case.
I think this is why ultimately, we've spoken about it before, but this is why we got to the point where we wanted our money back and somebody else to do it, because it's a big risk letting them come back on. Not only because they mess around like this, they buy themselves time, and I don't know what's going on in the background.
No.
But also, so far they've done superficial damage. But what if next time they do damage to the actual property, our building? And
I think the problem that you're going to have. The problem that you're going to have, and I don't know if you can move a bit, Lucy, your signal's not great, but the problem you're going to have is just trying to get your money back is not going to be straightforward. Yeah. And it may well be that if the company chooses to behave in the way that they have done historically, it may well be that you are going to have to take them to the small claims court.
I know. If I don't hear back from the director with, as I say, a date that someone's going to come and measure and an installation date, and if I don't hear over the next few days, that'll be my next step.
Right.
It's the only place I can tell. It's the only way I can go.
Yes, unfortunately it is. Now, what I will do in the meantime, now I'm back, I will just send an email off to the man that I've been dealing with at the company. I will let him know that it was great that there seemed to be a flurry of activity, but now everything's gone very quiet again. And let's just see if we can get things moving again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd rather, to be honest, that he just, I deal with him and he just emails me with the dates, the proposed dates. Because you seem to get his attention. He seems to have got their attention in that moment, because they called me very quickly to say an installation date of the 30th. So, anyway.
The trouble is the relationship, from what I gather, between the man who owns the parent company that then sold the franchise, that relationship is dreadful. And there's been all kinds of talk of I'm going to freeze their bank account as the only way of being able to try and get them to do what I need them to do. So the relationship is not ideal. And unfortunately, you as a customer are stuck in the middle of all of this. Let me contact them again. Let's see if we can keep things moving and try and get this sorted out. Otherwise, I'm afraid we are going to get to a point where I think I'm going to have to say to you that small claims court is your only option.
Yeah.
Lucy, leave it with me. I'll contact them today, and obviously you let me know if you hear anything back as well. Now, Sam came to me. Sam was saying she lives in a block of flats that's run by a housing association, and she was getting increasingly frustrated that there's no provision for residents who are environmentally minded.
I don't have access to recycling, and I just feel it's a bit ridiculous in the year 2021 that I don't even have access to recycling. There is a little alcove where there is 2 bins situated. One is, when we first moved in 2 years ago, one was a green lid and one was a black lid. And we assumed that the green lidded one was recycling. We later found out that it wasn't, and that both bins were being taken into the general waste, which is why I now have all of this waste in my hallway that I can't get rid of.
Well, it does seem a bit crackers, really, doesn't it, that in 2021... there's still certain properties for whom there is no provision for recycling. Seems really, really weird. And it doesn't sound right. And that's exactly why I went off to have a word with not only the Housing Association, but also the council on Sam's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sam.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Sam. Right, so first of all, I went off to speak to Central Bedfordshire Council. Who came back to say that the recycling bins were removed some time ago because of contamination issues. Orange bags, they said, were offered to residents that wished to recycle. The management company at the time was a certain housing association. It's now changed hands, so they should be aware of this. For example, they should be informing new residents when they move in that if they want the orange sacks, they can request them. Well, it would appear that hasn't been happening because you were never told about the orange sacks, were you?
No, not at all.
They said, we received a request for a stolen communal bin a few months ago, which was delivered in error. There was no additional storage available for the bin, so it was left on the pavement, but that blocked access. We received complaints about it, so we then removed it. We've recently contacted the Housing Association, Grand Union Housing, to ask for a housing officer to look into where the recycling bins could potentially be stored, with a view to supplying some bins and then monitoring the situation with regards to contamination. So they said it is true that the bins were removed, but it's our understanding that the residents do still have an option for recycling if they request the orange sacks. Well, this was the first you'd ever heard of the orange sacks, wasn't it?
Yes.
So I said to you, well, look, get on to Central Beds Council, get your sacks, and indeed your sacks have now been delivered, and I presume you're now using those sacks.
Yes, I am.
Now, in the meantime, I went off to have a word with Grand Union Housing, and they came back with a response that was very interesting, because it's one of those responses where you have to read between the lines. They came back to say, over the last few years, we've been working closely with Bedfordshire Police and Central Bedfordshire Council on estate improvements at this particular area, introducing measures to address antisocial behaviour and drug issues. This was our first priority in order to ensure the safety of our customers and others in the neighbourhood. Drug trafficking and cuckooing have a detrimental effect on those living in the community, and we're pleased with the positive impact our partnership working has had on our customers. Other estate improvements have also taken place as part of our regeneration project, including installation of a new community hub, new fencing, gates and bollards, more CCTV, and replacing the bin stores. Although we appreciate we haven't been able to introduce recycling bins yet due to a lack of available space. We're delighted that our customers want to contribute to a greener society, and we will work with Central Bedfordshire Council to find a solution to having recycling bins reinstated. Well, that was all marvellous. And reading between the lines, it was very clear that Grand Union Housing feel as if they've had one or two bigger fish to fry when it comes to your particular block. Did you realise you were living in this block with all this drug trafficking and cuckooing?
No, not at all.
No, no. Well, maybe this was all a bigger problem before you moved in. But obviously Grand Union wanted us to know that although they appreciated the recycling, there were much bigger issues that they were trying to tackle at that block. Now, I know that you've had the orange sacks, but you still feel as if there needs to be something more permanent for all of the residents to use when it comes to recycling. And there's been some communication over the last couple of weeks from Grand Union Housing. What's the latest? What have they said to you?
We sent an email to them just sort of outlining everything and thanking them for their response to you. And then it then got passed on to somebody else. And so I've had a response from that person. He rang me and he said that they would have a look at getting a bin. They said that they've offered to pay for a bin from the council, but they don't want to pay for this bin and then not have it collected. So they want to make sure that the council are willing to collect it. He has said they are going to look into doing a bin store, but they can't do one near us because of the problem with antisocial behaviour that it causes, apparently. And so he's just sort of almost tried to calm me down in that they are doing stuff in the background and that he'll keep me posted with how it goes. So, and he's left me with his work number, so I now have almost like a one-to-one contact with him, so I don't have to go through, all of their people all the time when I call them.
Right. Well, that's good. I mean, I've been copied into the email from them, and he says, unfortunately, we aren't able to build a fenced bin store, as we've found this encourages antisocial behaviour. As you're aware, we've done a lot of work alongside Central Bedfordshire Council and Bedfordshire Police, as well as residents of this area, to rid the area of crime and antisocial behaviour. So we wouldn't want to do anything that will undo any of that hard work. Again, I mean, we're having to do a lot of reading between the lines in these responses from Grand Union. Would you like me to translate what I consider to be the message that they're saying. If we build an enclosed bin area, people will start taking drugs and getting up to all kinds of mischief hidden from the cameras.
Yeah.
That's probably what they mean.
Yeah.
But of course, it is frustrating. But have they suggested there is somewhere the bin could go?
No. No, they haven't suggested anything, particular.
Well, can't they put an enclosed bin area up and then put a CCTV camera covering the bin area?
Yes, but that's not what they suggested to me.
Well, I mean, so do you feel as if they are... I mean, obviously you've now got the contact, you've got the guy's details there, and it would appear that, you've got that line of communication open. Are you confident that you are going to get this proper recycling area at some point?
I hope so, yes. I do feel confident that I'm going to get it, yes.
Well, I tell you what I'd like to do. Can you and I stay in touch?
Yeah.
Can you please keep me posted? And I want to just make it clear to Grand Union Housing, I am going to stay across this. So please, if you can try and make sure that some kind of solution is found, it would be great. We understand completely all of the other issues, and you'll need to make sure that this bin area is not suddenly going to become a place where loads of drug addicts start, getting up to mischief. You don't want any of that. We all understand that. But there must be some kind of solution.
Yeah.
OK, well, look, keep me in the loop if you would, and we'll take it from there, Sam. OK. Matt's on the line. Hopefully he hasn't got his boobs out. Hello, Matt.
Hello.
Hello. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
OK, so basically in February this year, I purchased a 55-inch 4K TV for $649 from a retailer. A couple of weeks ago, it developed a fault. So I got in touch with the manufacturer. So I phoned up on their helpline number, and obviously you have to book it in for repair.
Right, now, so let me just slow you down a second. So when did you purchase this TV?
In February.
Of this year?
In this year. So it's in its manufacturer's guarantee, yes.
And it was £649. £649. Now, when it went wrong, why did you contact the manufacturer? Because your contract is with the retailer.
Yeah, so when you contact the retailer and you push their helpline, you have to dial a specific number. So you push that, you go through to the options, and then that takes you through to the manufacturer, which is through the retailer. So obviously I've gone through their steps, and then obviously it says that you book it in with them. So obviously I've done that, and then they turned around to me and said, it'll be a chargeable service for this fault. Bearing in mind this is in manufacturer's guarantee, and this is a fault with the TV. It's not down to accidental damage.
And what's the actual problem with it?
Okay, so it's got a pixel issue.
What does that mean? In layman's terms, how is that manifesting itself?
When you look at the picture, there is like black spots on the screen, so like some of the pixels have gone.
Right. Okay. How big is the TV?
55-inch.
Okay. So I would be right, I guess, in saying £649 for a 55-inch TV. It's at the more reasonable end of the market.
Yes.
Okay. So you're not necessarily expecting something to be Rolls-Royce quality, but you are expecting something to last for a reasonable amount of time before the picture starts going.
Yes.
Okay. So when you got through to the manufacturer, they started suggesting that this was going to be a chargeable call-out. Why was that?
Yeah, because they turned around to me and they said that it was down to insects behind the screen.
Down to what?
Yeah, they said that there was thunderbugs behind the screen, and it was down to that. And they're diagnosing this from a photo. They haven't seen the TV. They diagnosed it from a photo and said it was a chargeable repair.
They diagnosed it from the photo as thunderbugs behind the screen?
Yes. So then I paid the £30 to prove them wrong for a diagnostics, which then their authorised repair centre had stripped my TV down, and then they said that, it was all sorted. They put it all back together, contacted me, and then sent it back to me. I've taken it home, turned the TV on, and the same thing is still there. The fault is still there. So then the next day, obviously, I contacted them and said, this hasn't been fixed. And they're saying that there was no fault found on there. So then why would I be making an issue and contacting them and contacting the manufacturer and contacting the retailer every single day for the last 2 weeks if there wasn't a problem?
This is one of the most bizarre responses I think I've ever heard.
Yeah, and I'm literally getting nowhere. And I've now rejected that TV. It's in the retailer, so I've got proof that has been rejected because under the consumer rights, okay, if they've attempted a repair and they haven't done that, you're entitled to a replacement or a refund. I'm not offered any of those. So I've had no chance, nothing's getting done, if you know what I mean. No one is taking responsibility for this. I'm without a TV, which has now been rejected. It's in their store, sitting there, and I'm without. So basically, I've lost out on the TV, and I've lost out on £649 at the moment.
Right. Okay, well, I mean, this sounds like a fairly straightforward case. As you quite rightly point out, the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 states that the retailer, after 6 months, the retailer is within their... Well, actually, has it been 6 months?
No.
No, it's not even been 6 months, has it yet? No, actually, maybe it has. But, I mean, the simple fact is that the ball is very much in their court to prove that you have damaged the TV. Yeah. Now, this idea that your TV, there was nothing wrong with it apart from thunderbugs behind the screen, I've never heard of the like of it before.
Can I add something else to this? Yeah. So my TV, when I sent the photos over to them, has still got the cellophane wrapper around the edge of the TV, and the remotes are still sealed in their sealed packets because it's a brand new item. I moved into a new premises. So this item is brand new. If you open the box, you will see the TV has still got the cellophane wrap around it, and it's still got the remote sealed.
How did you pay for it?
I paid it on a card.
Credit card or debit card?
Yes, I did it on a credit card, and I've contacted my bank for them to try and resolve this, but no one is getting anywhere. Okay,
well, let me have a go, shall I?
Yes, please.
I'm just trying to... It's the most bizarre thing. I can't even think what thunderbugs look like.
Yeah.
I'm going to look it up. Hang on. Thunderbugs. Oh, right. Right. And, I mean, does the photo look as if the TV's covered in thunderbugs?
No. Because this is, as I said, this is a brand new item.
Very weird. Right, okay, can you leave it with me? I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and I'll go and have a word with this company for you. Now to Bish, who moved into a new bungalow in January of this year. He had built-in wardrobes in his old home, and he knew that they needed to sort out some hanging space in the new property. So eventually he said they chose some flat-packed furniture that cost about £400.
I'm quite an accomplished home DIYer, and I've built many flat-pack pieces of furniture. So it was built and it was fine. No issues. Took a little while. And then my wife set about putting all the clothes that we wanted to into this wardrobe. Lovely jubbly. And then the next morning, my wife opened the wardrobe, but unfortunately, it slipped off the bottom rail of this sliding. It's got two sliding doors, and both doors have got mirrors on them. It slipped off, it hit the other sliding door, chipped one of the mirrors, and it's jammed the doors in the closed position.
Well, Bish feels as if the company are not being very helpful. He was saying that this wardrobe is now holding his clothes hostage, and he's had enough of it. Well, I promised him I would contact the company on his behalf and try and sort things out. That's exactly what I did. Bish is back on the JVS show. Hello, Bish.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. So, as you are well aware, this is Benson's for Beds. And Benson's for Beds came back to say that they had now spoken to you. They said initially we were told the damage was an accident caused by the misassembly of the wardrobe. But we've now arranged for an independent inspection of the wardrobe to look at precisely what has happened. If, as a result of the independent inspection, we confirm the issues are the consequence of a manufacturing defect, then it goes without saying we will put matters right free of charge. Obviously, if that independent technician confirms the problem comes from misassembly, then I'm afraid any replacement parts would be chargeable. Either way, hopefully this will get to the bottom of precisely what has happened to cause the damage to Bish's wardrobe. So that was a few weeks ago now. Bish, I hope that inspection has taken place, and I hope that we're on the road to getting things sorted. What's the latest?
No, quite far from it, actually. Obviously, I booked it in the middle part of July, but the inspection, this alleged independent inspection company, can't visit the property until the 22nd of September.
The 22nd of September is the soonest they can come out to have a look at it.
Apparently so. Well, I've obviously levelled my dissatisfaction back in the middle part of July to the retailer, and I've had no response from them. And here I am now. In total, from the beginning of this situation, my clothes have been trapped, mine and my wife's clothes and her handbags, which is almost just as important to her, have been trapped in those wardrobes by the 22nd of September in excess of 2.5 months. And then obviously once they've done the inspection, they've obviously got to report back to the retailer and then come back to me with the issues. But until such time, I can't really use the wardrobe and the clothes.
Well, it's ridiculous. No, Bish. This is ridiculous.
It is.
I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. When I'm just looking down at my contact with Benson's for Beds was back at the beginning of August, about almost a month ago. Mm-hmm. When they came back to say that they were going to organise for this independent company to come out and to assess the wardrobe. Now, I know you were unhappy with the company that they were planning to send. You've not said you don't want them coming out and they've then had to try and find someone else, have you?
No, not at all. Right. Far from it.
Okay.
I've booked like I said, I booked directly with their alleged independent inspectors because that's the process.
Yes, you keep saying alleged. I don't have any reason to believe they're not independent.
Well, I'll wait to see their report.
Yeah, I mean, the company that have been chosen to come out, they are very often used by a whole range of retailers that specialise in beds, furniture, wardrobes, all that kind of stuff. Over the years, I've known them come out and assess all kinds of things. So for a range of different companies. So I don't necessarily have concerns that they are in any way not independent. And I've also known them side with the consumer. So
that's nice to hear.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily have any reason to doubt their independence. What I do find absolutely ridiculous is that Benson's for Beds, knowing your clothes are trapped in the wardrobe, think it's acceptable to leave you for, well, another couple of weeks until somebody can even come out and have a look at the wardrobe to find out why the clothes are trapped.
I quite agree.
It's absolutely bonkers. OK, can you leave it with me? I will go and contact them this afternoon and find out what on earth's happening. Now, Beverly has lived in her council property for 43 years. It's near a pub and some local shops, so she regularly has people passing by. She's on a corner, and a couple of years ago, the fence panels at the side of her property fell down.
Posts are all broken, they're rotten, the gate doesn't shut, that's just hanging on 2 hinges. It is an absolute mess. That was in 2019, so I left it, and then we obviously were hit by the coronavirus the next year. So this carried on and on and on. I thought, well, this is just getting ridiculous. And I rang again and I said to them, look, I've got people in my garden continuously, nearly every day. I've got men walking in and urinating next to my rose bush. It's horrendous. And one day I went out to ask this man to move out of my garden and I got verbal abuse. He said to me, I haven't finished. I was so upset. I rang the council again and I told them this. And the lady sounded really sympathetic and I thought, oh, this is brilliant. She's going to actually get something done now. That was about 5 months ago. Absolutely nothing.
Yes, well, do you know what? This is so spooky. I feel as if I'm listening to Deja Vu. Beverly's back on the JVS show now. Hello to you, Beverly.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. The reason I've got deja vu, years ago I used to have exactly the same experience.
Oh, really?
I lived in a property that was just round the corner from a pub, and quite often on a Friday or Saturday night I used to hear people outside. I'd have a look out my bedroom window and they used to urinate up my wall.
Oh, it's so horrible.
Nothing a bucket of water didn't solve. Now, however, it would be better just to replace the fence. And that's exactly what we've been trying to sort for you. Now, I know Justin contacted the local authority and things started last week. Bring us up to speed, Beverly. What's happened this weekend?
Well, they came. I had a text message on Thursday to say that they would be coming Friday. Absolutely brilliant. Anyway, they turned up. Two lovely chaps started doing the fencing. I was just so happy when I saw it going up. It's such a nice fencing as well. Just so secure. It's really lovely.
Luxury fencing.
It's absolutely luxury, and having a gate that you can go out and close is just, I think I've been out 40 times already just to do it because I've just been so long without a gate. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so they fixed up most of it on Friday, but they had a little bit around the side that they had to finish. So they said, well, we'll be back Saturday morning. It'll probably take us about 2 hours. I said, yes, that's absolutely fine. He said, all the fencing that was left that we need to put up, we're just leaving it here in your garden, a few other bits and bobs as well. Turned up Saturday morning, knocked on my door and said, oh, we've got a bit of an issue. I thought, oh, gosh, no, what? He said, the fencing's been stolen.
Well, the fencing they'd left outside your house?
The new fencing that they'd left in my garden to put up Saturday morning. Yeah. Someone had come in my garden at night and taken, I think they left a couple of pieces, but they took a majority of it. And I said, well, this is the reason why I want fencing up, because this is what I get all the time, is people just walking in. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so he contacted his boss and he said, don't worry, we can still get it done today. We're going to go and pick up some more fencing. So they went off, came back, and they completed it all by about midday Saturday, and it looks absolutely fantastic.
Brilliant. I'm not at all surprised it was pinched. And in fact, I'm relieved to hear you say that they were able to go and source more that afternoon and come back and do it. Because I know, having spoken to people who work in this industry, there's been quite a lot of difficulty getting hold of fencing panels.
Yes.
And posts in particular. So they're in demand, and I'm surprised that they would have left them outside your property, because it's fairly obvious to me that somebody was likely to pinch them.
Yes, I did have a few concerns about it, but
yeah. So it's all been done, and it's all done to a good standard, and your garden is now secure.
Oh, yeah, it's just amazing. I feel secure, much more secure myself now.
And how is your rose bush going to feel about it?
Well, I haven't actually plucked up the courage to go and prune it yet, because I thought I need a few more heavy rainfalls. And
yes. Oh, I'd put a hose over it if I were you.
Yes, I might do that. It's a good idea.
Aren't people grubby, honestly? Well, listen, I'm absolutely delighted that it's all sorted. Thank you to Justin, and thank you to the local authority. I'll give them the horn. If you have any other problems, Beverly, you know where we are. Chris is on the line. Hello, Chris.
Hi there.
Hi, Chris. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Well, it's a bit convoluted, but we've got a problem with the tarmac path outside of a row of... outside a row of disabled bungalows.
Right.
One of them is my mum's bungalow. I live with my mum as her carer, and I'm also a chronic pain patient on medication. The issue is we've got tall trees outside the row of bungalows which have grown underneath the tarmac path.
Sorry, what's growing underneath the tarmac path?
The tree roots.
Right, okay.
And it's disturbed all the tarmac. There's big cracks in the tarmac, sort of 2-3 inches wide and almost as deep. The issue is that, as I say, it's disabled bungalows. Apart from myself, my next door neighbour has got multiple sclerosis and blood cancer. Next door to him, we've got an autistic child, only 4 years old, who's blind and partially deaf. And then the next house along, we've got a young lady who's just been diagnosed with a brain tumour and is unable to walk properly. We've been on to the local parish council about repairing it. We've been on to the highways and footways department about repairing it.
And how significant is this problem? Because obviously you will understand, I would hope, Chris, that local authorities are under huge amounts of financial pressure. They don't have very much spare money, so they're having to prioritise what is the most important thing in local areas. How serious is this problem with the tree roots pushing up the tarmac?
Well, For instance, my mother, who's got one of these framed walkers, the wheels actually sink into the cracks and she can't move the walker at all. So she ends up like a dead stop.
Right.
The other issue is, apart from the tree roots, the local water company have got their meter boxes that have sunk. So we've got potholes, in effect, where the meter box covers are in the tarmac.
And do you know, when they came and did this tarmacking, was this a kind of one of those jobs where they just literally chuck a whole load of tarmac over whatever was there before and push it all down?
Well, what they did was they come out and surveyed it, and they basically did what you just said. They done bits and pieces, but they haven't actually done the main areas of foot traffic. They've done the edge, and the other problem is the edge hasn't got a concrete edge to it, so the actual tarmac is actually spilling over onto the grass.
Okay. So have you complained to you said you'd complained to the parish council. I'm not sure whether it would have been their responsibility, would it?
To start with, one of the neighbours went to the Highways and Footways department.
Yeah.
They come out and they've just moved a small area over.
What does that mean, they've moved a small area over?
Moved a small area over. They've done a strip about half the width of the path.
What, so they repaired some of it, but not all of it?
All of it. They actually surveyed it, and they decided that areas of it probably didn't deem necessary to be done. Mm-hmm. The other issue is these trees that are the problem. They've all been, about 8 months ago, they was all marked to be taken out, and they're still there now. So that work has been justified to be done.
Right.
So the issue is, if they just come and tarmac it again without these trees coming out first, we're going to have the same issue again.
Right, but you're saying they've now given permission for the trees to be removed?
They've been marked. They've got X's painted on them. They've been marked to be removed, and they've been like that for about 8 months.
Okay. Have you got photographic evidence showing how severe this problem is?
I have.
You have, okay. Right, well, I'll tell you what I'd like you to do. I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail. I'd like to have a look at those photos. On the basis of it being as severe as you're describing it and having such a detrimental impact, I'm more than happy to contact the council and to ask them why they don't appear to have come back and sorted this out. Because if it ultimately means that people who are living in those properties who are largely disabled cannot get in and out of their property properly because of all these various lumps and bumps in the tarmac outside, then that doesn't sound very satisfactory.
Well, it's detrimental to their lifestyle. Especially my mum. I mean, she can't go out the front door, out onto the main highway, the footpath, without fear of falling.
Right, okay. Well, I'm more than happy to go and have a word with them. What I'll do, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail, and I'll go and speak to them this afternoon and find out from their perspective what's going on and why they haven't come back to sort it so far. Now, back in April, Sally ordered a bra off the internet. It was advertised as an all-singing, all-dancing contraption.
So it had a large piece of material at the back, and it did up at the front, and it was wide straps over the shoulders to be very comfortable and very cooling and easily on and offable and give you a nice shape. I got it out the packet, and the first thing I noticed was that the size label on the bra was different to what I'd ordered and different to what was on the dispatch note. I just wasn't happy with it. It wasn't particularly uncomfortable. The material wasn't very nice. It was like nylon-y material rather than cotton. And it was just not a good fit. It wasn't big enough. It didn't really fit comfortably.
Well, clearly Sally didn't want it. So, as per distance selling regulations, she thought, well, I'm going to return it, get my money back. When she started to look into where this bra had actually come from, she found that it had come all the way from China. So she sent it all the way back to China. But unfortunately, it seems to have been stuck in customs, and the retailer said she couldn't have her money back until they'd received it. Well, what's the latest on the case? Let's find out, because Sally's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sally.
Good morning, good morning.
Now, Sally, you are one of those consumers, and I deal with quite a lot of cases along these lines, where it would appear you have been targeted on social media.
Yes.
Social media, and I say this and I bring this up every time, just as a word of warning for everyone listening to the programme. The likes of Facebook and Instagram and all these various social media sites, they are very clever. They monitor what you're looking at. They monitor the kind of things you're interested in. They know probably more about you than members of your own family, Sally.
Yeah.
And as a result, a lot of the social media sites will have specifically targeted advertising to users that they are fairly confident you'll see the advert pop up and you'll think, oh, that looks good. So, for example, that if you're looking to lose weight, they'll know. They'll know you're looking to lose weight because they know the kinds of things you've been looking at on the internet. They know the kinds of things that you're interested in. They know the kind of things you're talking about. They know you're trying to lose weight. So you can fully expect to suddenly see adverts pop up for tablets that help with weight loss or, exercise equipment or all this kind of stuff. It is specifically targeted at you, the user. So please, everyone, be very savvy. If you see these wonderful adverts pop up on your social media, just bear in mind, many of those companies that are behind the adverts, they're not British. They're from elsewhere in the world. You have no idea whether those companies are good, reputable companies or not that you'd want to do business with. And just be aware, the lovely, glittery advert that pops up on your social media is probably specifically targeted at you because they know the kind of thing you're going to want to buy. Now, that's what happened to you, because this advert that popped up for this bra, it looked wonderful, didn't it? And you had no idea that it was coming all the way from China.
No, I thought it was coming at the best from America.
Right. And of course, when it turned up and you saw it, you thought, well, this is an absolute load of old rot. I don't want to wear that. So you wanted to send it back. But the other thing that is worth bearing in mind, when you purchase something from a British internet-based company, you are covered by what used to be known as distant selling regulations. It's now called consumer contracts regulations. And those regulations give you a level of protection. If you've purchased something from an internet-based company or from a mail order company in this country, you have a period of time. You have 14 days to change your mind and send the item back. There will be some exceptions made, but you have a 14-day window to change your mind, send the item back, and you are within your rights to get a full refund. Less postage and packaging very often. It depends what they've stated on their website. But when you're buying something from a company based in another country, to be honest with you, you are totally dependent on the consumer laws in that country. Now, I don't know how much protection consumers have in China, because I don't live in China, and I have no idea. I can't imagine that their consumer laws provide as much protection as our consumer laws.
No.
So therefore, just be aware, ladies and gentlemen, if you're buying stuff off the internet that's coming from elsewhere in the world, you might not necessarily be able to get your money back if you change your mind. Now, when I started to look into the company that you'd purchased this from, there were all kinds of alarm bells that rang, all kinds of websites that came up saying scam. There was some kind of review site that suggested they'd only got 1% for customer service, and I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, oh my God, are you going to get any money back at all? The only potential saving grace with all of this is that you had made the payment through, am I right in recollecting this was through PayPal?
Yes, that is correct.
So I advised you to make contact with them and see if you could get your money back through PayPal. Now, in the meantime, I'd contacted them, and what was a bit peculiar was I think you did receive some communication, didn't you?
Yes, I contacted PayPal, and you have to raise a dispute within a certain category that they give you. So I raised a dispute, and the communications went backwards and forwards with the company. And at first they said, sorry, basically nothing we can do, we haven't received it back. And then they said, we've spoken to our leader and he has agreed to give you a 25% discount and you can keep the bra. And then I basically said that, this was not good enough. And
it's impossible anyway because you haven't got the bra.
Yeah. And they obviously weren't reading what I'd sent to them. They were just replying completely oblivious to my previous communication. And then I said to them, if I don't get a full refund, I will take the matter further. Left it at that. And the next thing I know, I'd got all the money back.
Wow.
I know. And it was just bizarre.
I think it's called being very, very lucky, to be honest with you.
Yes. I have learnt my lesson.
Well,
I now completely ignore every online advert.
Look, you are by no means alone. As I say, I get so many, and this has been going on now for the last few years.
Yeah.
And yours is actually rather interestingly, yours is the first bra issue I've dealt with through an advert on social media. Most of the time, it's more conventional things. It's things like weight loss tablets, and herbal remedies for this, that, and the next thing that pop up.
Yeah.
That people kind of see and they think, oh, that looks good. They buy. Apart from anything else, who in their right mind would go buying tablets from another country that doesn't necessarily have the same regulations over tablets that we have here and start putting them in their body?
Desperate people.
Well, no, not necessarily desperate people. I've spoken to very normal people who see these adverts pop up and they think, oh, that looks good, these tablets, yeah. I have no idea where in the world they come from, but the company says they make you lose weight. I'll take them anyway. It's really bizarre. Anyway, the good news is you've got your money back.
Yes.
And the other good news is there are lots of very good, reputable companies in the United Kingdom that sell very good quality bras.
There are, yes.
And those bras will probably be of much better quality than the bra that arrived through the letterbox for you from this company. Yes. And you also have the added level of protection of the Consumer Rights Act. And if you purchase it from a UK-based online retailer, you have the Consumer Contracts regulations as well.
I do, yes. Thank you very much for your help.
Well, listen, I'm so grateful to you for coming to the programme because it gives me an opportunity to kind of keep making this point. And just hopefully, if one person listening today doesn't respond to one of these adverts and end up losing money, then, to be honest, it was a job worth done well, wasn't it, really? So I'm very grateful to you for giving me the opportunity. I will thank this company based in China for giving you your money back anyway.
Yes.
And I hope that you have much more luck with your next bra. Now, Jem has a massive freezer, 6 foot tall. She said she needs a big one for all of her batch-cooked meals that she then freezes. It's only 2 years old, this freezer, but it's gone horribly wrong.
It started making a funny noise, and I keep frozen fruit in there to make smoothies. I went to take out a frozen banana, which is usually rock hard, and it was mush. So it was a very sensitive alarm on the freezer. If you leave the door open too long or you put too many things in there that aren't quite cold enough, the alarm will go off. The alarm wasn't going off. The temperature in there was reading that it was -18. I put my own thermometer in there. It was -6.
Well, clearly something had gone horribly wrong with it, so Jem contacted the company to complain. But she was told that nothing could be done as the machine was out of warranty. Well, that's of course not right. And for all of you regular JVS show listeners, you hopefully by now, you will have heard me banging on about it enough times, you will know whenever a retailer tries to fob you off with the whole, oh, it's out of warranty, there's nothing we can do, you will know that that's not necessarily the case. It's certainly not the case where Jem is concerned. So I went off to have a word with the retailer on her behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jem.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Jem. That's where the fun and games began, really. because the company concerned that you'd purchased this from is AO.com.
Yeah.
They came back with this initially. Now, I should just say, to start with, and again, I mentioned this, I raised this really as a bit of a word of warning for other people, and I completely see how it happened. When the freezer went wrong, you used AO's own website, didn't you? And they have one of those chat box things that pops up.
Yes.
What you didn't realise was that you weren't actually communicating with a proper person. It would appear that they have, I think they're called bots, where the website is designed with a kind of whole series of questions that come up, automated questions, in the hope that those questions can be answered by the bot rather than necessitating an actual human being to be on the end of it, using their brain and answering it properly. So when I first went to AO.com, they said that they had no record of you having complained because you'd been complaining to this bot rather than to an actual human being.
Apparently so.
Yeah, apparently so. And I raised that because I can see how it can happen. Just be very careful, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure you are actually communicating with a proper human being that is recording your complaint so you can take it further. Now, they came back, they said, we can confirm that our customer care team has now been in touch with the customer to look into the matter, and we've agreed a course of action. However, following an engineer visit at the weekend, the problem with the appliance has persisted. We'll be contacting the customer shortly to discuss a resolution, such as replacing the appliance. This is an ongoing situation, so we will keep in touch with GEM to resolve this issue as quickly as we can. Now, when I caught up with you, it sounded like a very elongated way of resolving this. What they had done is they said to you, OK, what we'll do is we'll provide an extended warranty for the next, was it just 6 months or was it for a year, this extended warranty?
It was for 6 months.
What they said is, you've got to pay for the extended warranty, but then we'll reimburse you. And that extended warranty will then cover you for getting this freezer sorted out. Now, of course, the simple fact is the Consumer Rights Act states that AO.com, when they sold you that freezer, they have a responsibility to make sure that that freezer is fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. No one in their right mind would spend, I believe it's 420 quid, on a freezer that would only last 2 years. You just wouldn't. So the law, of course, means that you can expect AO.com to sort the problem out. However, it would appear what they wanted to do was try and involve a third-party extended warranty company in the whole process of doing that. Now, when the extended warranty company came out to try and fix it, they couldn't fix it, as they addressed in their statement. So they then started saying, well, you're going to have a replacement. But quite understandably, the extended warranty company said, well, we don't want to pay for that because we've only just been brought into this at this particular moment in time. So we don't want to have to spend, for the cost of a 6-month extended warranty, we don't want to have to spend all these hundreds of pounds replacing the freezer. So it really came down to AO.com. I went back to them and said, look, it's your responsibility. It's not the warranty company's responsibility. You need to sort this. They came back again with another statement. They said, we apologise sincerely for the issues that this has caused for the customer. To ensure we can resolve this as quickly as we can, we've agreed to sort a replacement out for the customer. Our customer care team has now contacted GEM so she can choose a suitable replacement, and then we will arrange the exchange as soon as possible. So it sounded very much as if AO.com, they were taking full responsibility for this and were going to get it all sorted. Now, of course, I then went off on my holes. I gather things happened around that point. What's the latest? What's going on now?
Yes, they did happen. I have a new freezer.
Hey!
Yes.
At last.
Yes.
And it works?
It does work. It keeps things cold. It's at the right temperature.
And what happened to the old one?
They took the old one away.
Good. And are you happy?
I am happy, yes.
Good. Do I thank AO.com and give them the horn?
If you have to.
Oh, do you know, I had a feeling you were going to be a reluctant horner. I can normally tell from the tone of your voice.
My reluctance is based on their reluctance.
I see. Well, look, I mean, it did take a while, and
They have sorted it out finally.
They have at the very end of it. They've sorted it all out. So we will thank them, because that then will be a bit of encouragement. If the same thing ever happens with any other customers, I'm sure they'll want to get that sorted as well. So we will give them the horn. Can I just ask? I mean, I presume you've been restocking your new freezer. What's in there at the moment? What batch cooked meals have you got for this week?
Oh, I've got lots of things in there. I've got bolognese, I've got soups, I've got shepherd's pies, I've got stews.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. Well, we'll all be round to yours later for dinner. Sounds like a good idea. Jem, I'm very, very pleased it's all sorted at long last. It did take longer than we would have liked, but there we go. Got there in the end. I'll thank AO.com and I'll give them the horn, OK? Mohammed came to me. He was telling me he's a taxi driver and he's been operating with a great rating from his passengers for many years, until on the 19th of July, when this happened.
My driver account was suspended, and they informed me that someone's made an allegation that I pulled a weapon on them. I questioned that if that was the case, which it wasn't, but if that was, why haven't they contacted the police? Why have they come to the company when they have no association with the company? So I asked for some more details. They said, well, the incident took place on the 18th of July, and do you recall anything? So I did recall something. And the individual that made the allegation is known to me, because I helped his estranged wife obtain a non-molestation order out against him a few years back. Obviously, he has a grudge. Early this year, in February, he did try to intimidate me, and I did report it to the police, and the police actually issued him with a harassment warning. And I forwarded all that documentation to the company to verify that this is what the history is behind us. And that's 2 weeks ago.
Well, all of this meant Mohammed wasn't able to work for weeks. And of course, when he wasn't able to work, he wasn't making any money. This was causing him a real problem. And he just couldn't understand why his employer, this taxi company, was taking so long to investigate matters. Well, I went off to have a word with them. Mohammed's back on the JVS show. Hello, Mohammed.
Morning, JVS.
Good morning to you. Now, there's a bit of further information that it's worth bringing into this conversation. Now, when you first came to me, at that point, you were not aware of the fact the man who made the allegation had indeed also contacted the police. It would appear he didn't contact the police until the following day, which is a bit odd, because if someone pulled a knife out on me, I would report them to the police immediately. I wouldn't wait until 24 hours later. Very odd. But he had involved the police. Now, that actually was quite a good thing, I think, where your case was concerned, because the police came round to see you. They had a chat with you. They got your version of events. They looked at your dash cam footage from your taxi. They said they were going off to look at some other CCTV from local shops and restaurants. In the end, they came back and confirmed to you in writing that they did not intend to pursue you any further over that allegation. As far as they were concerned, the matter was closed, and there were not sufficient grounds in order to take the matter further. So, from my thinking, if the police have looked into it and the police do not believe there is any evidence to suggest that you did indeed pull a knife out on this bloke who alleged that that's what you'd done, surely that's it. That's an end to the matter. You know, it was unreasonable for the taxi company, your employer, in my mind, to not, at that stage, just simply say, OK, that's fine. Well, as long as the police are happy, then we're happy. Please go back to work. You've got a good record with us. You've worked with us for years. Your passengers have always been very happy. There have never been any complaints about you in the past. The police not taking the matter any further. Please go back to work and hopefully we can move on. But they didn't, did they? And I was getting really frustrated. The taxi company that you've been working for is Uber. And I was getting very, very frustrated. I went off to have a word with them. And the only statement I have ever really received from Uber, the only proper statement, was this: we are currently investigating this matter and will continue to update the driver in the hope of arriving at a resolution as soon as possible. The safety of everyone using the Uber platform is always the number one priority. Well, that's fine. But as I say, as soon as the police had concluded their investigation, as far as I'm concerned, that should have just been it. Move on. Recognise that this guy is just a guy who's got a grudge against you and wanted to try and make mischief. But they didn't. They continued to say, oh, we're investigating. Now, I understand while I've been off on my holes, they have now finally concluded their investigation and have, thank goodness, given you the green light to go back to work. Is that right?
That's right. I received an email on the 25th of August.
Good. Now, it wasn't necessarily an email that made you 100% happy, was it? Can you just explain why?
Well, the email seems to be just a generic one sent out to drivers where passengers complain, because in the email they state that they were investigating a passenger complaint.
Yeah.
Which is not the case while I was on a trip, on a journey, which is absolutely not the case. And then they further go on to say that, any more such complaints and they'll terminate me permanently.
Yes. Now, I raised that. I went back to Uber again. When I returned from my holidays and I caught up with everything that was going on with my cases, I went back to Uber at the weekend and I explained that I would be covering this story again. And I said there are two things. Firstly, you seem to be suggesting in your response that it was an Uber passenger that had made the complaint against Mohammed. It wasn't. It was a rival taxi driver that Mohammed already has a history with. The other thing is you've suggested that was his one more strike and he's out. But if ultimately you've concluded that there are no grounds in order to proceed any further, then why on earth would you consider what happened previously to be something that you'll still hold over him? Uber have not provided any further response yet again. I'm sorry, and I'm very frustrated with the response that we've had. And I don't want to make matters worse for you, Mohammed, because obviously they're your employer. And you want to now be able to get on and do your work. But I have to be honest, from my perspective, I think the lack of response and the limited response they have provided from a big company like Uber, I think is really, really poor.
Well, I actually emailed them as well, and I did get a response.
What did they say to you?
Well, it was just an automated response, really, saying
another one.
We're unable to respond to conversations that have been closed.
Well, I mean, look, as I say, I don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardise your work because you've already lost weeks of your wages now, so you need to start getting back and making some money again.
Absolutely.
And I would imagine in the world of being a taxi driver, business has been pretty ropey for quite some time. So it's about time you started making some proper money again.
Absolutely. My only concern is, obviously, this guy's done this. If he gets one of his friends to do this, that'll be strike two. So, it's a bit of a tricky one, to say the least.
Well, it is a tricky one. In terms of your work, I mean, is this the best way of being a taxi driver?
Well, after the experience I've gone through, I have applied for a few others, and they were just waiting for Uber's response. And now that Uber have activated it, they have given me the green light that I can start with them.
Yeah. Right. So you're going to be moving to another company?
Indeed.
Right. Well, do you know what? I don't blame you at all, because your employer, of course, when a serious allegation is made along these lines, your employer has a duty of care to investigate it. We all understand that. But also, your employer should have your back as well against malicious allegations. And it would appear they haven't had your back throughout all of this. They've put you in this position where you've not been able to make any money. They don't seem to at any point have apologised. I've not seen in their response saying, we're so sorry that as a result of all this extended investigation, it's meant that you've lost all this money, we're so sorry. There doesn't appear to be any of that at all. It seems to be, well, the allegation was made, factually incorrect information by a passenger, and if we ever get another complaint about you again, you're out. Well, that's charming. isn't it? Absolutely charming. So you're going to be moving on to another company?
Indeed.
Well, let's hope. And is this the other company you're going to work for? Are they a kind of smaller local company?
They are, yes.
Right. Okay. So if an allegation is made about one of their drivers, you would like to think there will be a more human response to it from the employer?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm grateful to Uber on one level that they finally concluded their investigation and said they were prepared for you to go back to work for them. But I do think the entire way they've behaved over this, and I gave them an opportunity to provide another response for inclusion in this programme, they've not even had the courtesy of acknowledging my email. So be aware, ladies and gentlemen, this is the response that Mohammed has had as an employee, and I have had when trying to raise what I consider to be a perfectly reasonable complaint that they should respond to. We will leave it there, Mohammed. I'm not going to give them the horn or thank them, but I am pleased that from your perspective, your name's been cleared and you're able to now move on with your life. And I just hope that the next company you work for, I just hope it's a more successful experience.
Well, thanks to you and your team, JVS.
Mohammed, it's always a pleasure. Any other problems, you come straight back to me. Patricia's on the line. Hello, Patricia.
Hello, JVS.
Hello, Patricia. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Will do. I bought a sofa, a two-seater recliner sofa, was delivered on the 12th of August. On the 14th of August, I found that the mechanism for the recliner isn't operating smoothly, and one of the seats, my preferred seat, was actually dipping in one corner, like it was squidged down quite badly. I messaged them through their website. I've had no response from that. They've also failed to deliver the connecting bars that connect the three pieces of the sofa. I've emailed them twice. I've called them, but I'm just not getting anywhere with them. They're not communicating.
Right. How much was the sofa?
1,520.
Right. And is this an electric recliner or is it manual?
No, it's a power recliner. It's electric.
Right, so you press the old button.
Yeah.
And the cushion has all started to go all kind of saggy.
Yeah.
In a very short amount of time.
Exactly 2 days. In 2 days.
Right.
It delivered on the 12th, and I found the problem on the 14th.
And when you say you've complained to the company but you're not getting anything, I mean, surely they must have said something to you.
Well, in the first instance, I messaged through their website. I've had no response from that at all.
Are you sure you were talking? Because I was covering this earlier. It's amazing how so many companies now, they're relying, I presume it's a very easy cost-cutting measure, isn't it? They rely on a robot rather than a real human being to be on the end of those chat boxes.
I think maybe that might be the case. It did actually say that they would be in contact with me within 5 working days.
Mm-hmm.
But, of course, I've had nothing.
Nothing at all.
Despite leaving an email address and a phone number.
Right. And have you haven't been inclined to go back to the store where you bought it from?
It would be a bit difficult for me to get there because I'm actually disabled and I don't live near the store. So arranging to get there would be a bit of an issue.
I see. Right. And when you tried it in the store, was it a nice, comfortable sofa?
It's a lovely sofa. Right. Or it would be if we didn't encounter these issues.
Right. Well, it sounds like I need to go and have a little word with this company, if I can speak to anyone. Let's hope I have more luck than you've had.
I mean, they asked me to send photographs and a video clip.
Oh, hang on. So you have spoken to them?
Clip.
So you have spoken to them?
Well, I did actually manage finally to get hold of somebody on the product aftercare team, but he seemed to think it was an older sofa that we'd had a while, rather than a brand new sofa.
Right.
I feel that.
But why? But surely at that point you said to him, no. We've only had the sofa since August the 12th, and this problem started 2 days after we got it.
I did say this, and he said to me that they needed to pass it to customer resolutions.
Right, but nothing
Which
from
suggests-
customer resolutions.
Well, I've tried. I finally flipped out and said, right, you can either replace the broken sofa, the part of the sofa that's broken or damaged, or I want my money back. But I've had nothing from them.
Now, when you said that, which you are, yes, you're still just entitled to.
Only just. It runs out Saturday.
That's right. You have, this is because, and let me just reiterate this for any new listeners, any new members sounding like Marjorie Dawes. The simple fact is when you purchase something from a retailer, you have 30 days from the date of delivery to reject the goods if there's a fundamental fault with them. After 30 days, you lose your ability to do that. And you would have to accept either a repair or a replacement or your money back if the company offer that. But it's the ball's in their court at that stage. But if you want to reject the goods, you must do so in writing. Have you written a proper email to them to say, I purchased this sofa from you. It arrived on the 12th of August. Within 2 days, it became apparent the mechanism doesn't work properly. The cushions are all saggy and the seams are coming apart. I've given you an opportunity numerous times to resolve the matter. Nobody's had the courtesy of returning my calls. Therefore, I want to put you on notice that I am now formally rejecting this sofa and I would like a full refund.
Right, so that's my next step.
That's what you need to do.
That's what I need to do.
Yeah, if that's what... I mean, I presume it's a refund you would like now at this stage.
I think so, because they're just ignoring me, I think.
Well, it doesn't... If you've tried as hard as it sounds you have tried to get hold of someone, and you've had this level of care so soon after the purchase, you know, God help you in 2 years' time if the sofa starts falling apart.
This is one of the things that's concerning me.
You know, if the customer service, the level of customer service you've had is this poor now, it's probably not going to get any better, is it?
It seems unlikely.
Right. Right. Well, this is what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to send that email, and I presume on their website there must be a customer service email address.
No, there isn't. There is no email address for customer service. I've asked for one. There isn't.
Really?
No.
Okay. Have you got an email address for them?
I have got an email address for an individual there that works in the product aftercare team.
Okay, well, I mean, that's not really... I mean, by all means, you could send it to that person, but it would make much more sense. Let me just have a little look while you're on the phone. I don't normally like to do this because I don't like to know which company I'm dealing with until after the programme, but I'm going to make an exception where you're concerned. I'm going to have a little look. And I'm going to... Oh. Okay. Fine. Well, I've dealt with this company before. I'm surprised. So there's no customer service email address?
No.
Are you sure?
I've asked for one. I have asked for one, and they've said there isn't a customer service email address.
Right. And you phoned them on their... They've got an 0800 customer care number.
I've called that number, yeah.
That's open apparently from 10 a.m. till 8 p.m.
Yeah, and he asked me to send photographs and a video clip, but that's not going to show him anything. Because it's not going to show the mechanism and the way the mechanism works.
Right. Okay. Yes, I mean, I'm just on their website at the moment, and you're absolutely right. I mean, there's that telephone number, but then there's one of those... it really annoys me when these companies do this. They provide you with a whole load of boxes that you can fill in to send us off an email. But, of course, that then doesn't necessarily... It's not the same as sending... Do you get... When you use their online system to send an email, does it send you a copy of what you've sent them?
No, it didn't. It didn't.
Does it acknowledge the email?
It just came up on screen. We will answer your inquiry within 5 working days.
But you don't then get an email to confirm that?
No.
Right, okay, well, that's not ideal. Okay, leave it with me. I will contact them this afternoon. What I would advise you to do in the meantime, phone that 0800 number now
Right.
Call them, and when you get through to someone, say, "Can you please put me through to a supervisor? Because I wish to exercise my rights under the Consumer Rights Act to reject my goods."
Right, I'll do that.
And ask to be put through to a supervisor there and then. And say to that supervisor, "Can you please provide me with an email address because I would like to reject the goods now and I would like to be able to confirm that to you in writing."
Right, I'll do that.
You can also tell them to expect a phone call from the BBC this afternoon. And between the two of us, I have a feeling we can get this sorted, Patricia, OK?
Oh, that would be fabulous.
OK. Leave it with us.
I'll be so relieved.
I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and I'll go and talk to them this afternoon for you, OK?
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed for your help.
Now, Tim has an e-bike that he's owned for about 5 years. He loves it. He says it's a lifeline. He uses it every day to go out and about on. He does bird watching. Well, after 5 years, he said the battery'd started to fail. So he decided to get a new one. And that's where, unfortunately, everything had gone horribly wrong.
I found it was difficult to switch the battery on because you've got like a little tap button on top of the battery. You just tap on that, and all the lights come on, and away you go. But in my case, I can't get the battery to switch on all the time. It sometimes works, and sometimes it don't. And sometimes I've tried even tapping 50 times, and it still wouldn't go on.
Well, Tim said that he tried to contact the company to tell them about it, but he just couldn't get through to the right department. Nobody seemed to be able to help him. So he came to me in a state of desperation, really. Well, I contacted the company, and I have to be honest, to be fair to them, my experience of dealing with them couldn't have been more different, to be honest. I got through to a very helpful gentleman straight away. He answered the phone. He was in one of their shops that I believe is also their head office. And this chap said to me, "Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. Of course, we will get this sorted out with Tim." And sure enough, when I next caught up with Tim, things were looking up. Well, he's back on the JVS show. Hello, Tim.
Hello, Jonathan.
You had a phone conversation with them.
Yes.
They were very apologetic for the problems that you'd had. And I think, if my memory serves me correctly, they were going to get a new battery out to you so that you could replace that instead, and hopefully your bike would be working properly again. What's happened since we last spoke, Tim?
Well, as I said to you, they were going to send the battery to an agent, which is a normal cycle.
That's right, and you were going to pick it up, weren't you?
And I was going to pick it up. So I went and picked it up on the 27th.
Mm-hmm.
And it works fine.
Oh, does it?
It works absolutely lovely.
And did you return the other one to them, or did they say keep that as well?
That was the deal. I had to return the other one.
Right, okay. So it must have just been a faulty battery.
Well, the agent said that they've never had any problems at all with this battery, so it seems like I've been very unlucky. But he did say that they are having problems with there's like a rubber ring round the switch. It perishes. And he said
on the battery?
It could be that, but he said, I've had no problems with them.
But is that rubber ring was that actually on the battery itself?
Yeah.
Oh. But the battery that you'd purchased...
Really, the ring is just to stop water getting past the switch.
Yeah. But
something like that, you know.
But the battery that you purchased from them originally, because I know... that they are now, the technology really is moving on, and they're managing to start refurbishing batteries now, and you can now get reconditioned batteries. Was this a reconditioned one, or was it a new one that you got?
No, they told me it was a new one. It looks new.
Right. Well, maybe it was just a faulty button then on it.
So, yeah, as I say, I don't know, but the new one's working lovely at the moment.
Beautiful. So have you been going off doing all your bird watching trips on it?
I'm back to normal now.
Are you? Lovely.
Yeah, all thanks to you.
Just out of interest, because I'm quite interested in all this battery technology, because I've just got an electric car this year that I absolutely love, despite the fact I had a hilarious experience. There's a certain group of, and I'm gonna be honest, it's a group of men of a certain age who seem to have an inbuilt hatred towards electric cars, but don't really know very much about them. And I was in a car park yesterday, and a man came over to me who told me he was a mechanic, and he spent 10 minutes telling me how rubbish my car was. It's the most bizarre thing. Here, oh yeah, load of rubbish these are. Oh yeah, everyone's returning. I said, well, I love mine. Oh no.
I watched this program on the telly. I can't remember what it was. It's all about building electric cars, and I'm sort of most impressed with it because
it's amazing.
They've actually got more power than a petrol engine.
Well, listen, I can only speak as you find. I love my car, but what about your bike? How far can you go on it on the battery?
If you put it on an eco setting, because it's got several settings.
Yeah.
Depending on how much help you want. If you go on eco, it's supposed to do 50 miles.
50?
Yeah.
Blimey. And can you have it on
on the next one?
Right.
And that probably does about 20.
Right. And does that? And is there also a setting where you don't have to pedal at all? It kind of does it all for you.
No, they're not built to do that.
Right. So you are supposed to do a bit of the work.
Once you stop pedalling, it stops driving.
Okay. But you can set it so that you're just gently pedalling. You're not having to put much effort into it.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you've done any biking, but when you hit you're facing the wind, and the wind is sort of braking you, if you like.
Yeah.
With electric bike, you don't know any different. You just carry on as if it's normal, really, a normal day.
Well, there you go. Well, let's just hope this battery lasts longer than 5 years. We'll thank the company very much indeed. I will give them the horn. The good news is I hope you've now got a contact there, so if you do have any other problems, you'll be able to go straight back to them.
Yeah, well, I think the agent told me to go through him in future.
Oh, okay. Fine, okay. Well, that's
what
good,
I'll
as
do.
long as you've got a point of contact. So if you do need any other assistance, they're there for you. That's what you need, really, isn't it? Tim, I'm going to thank them. I will give them the horn. If you have any other problems, you know where we are.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, lovely. I will do. I went away with my daughter just for one night, just before the bank holiday, the 21st. On the Saturday night, just for one night, went to a hotel, really looking forward to it. I paid about £159 for it a night. We got settled in, the room looked lovely, nice and clean and everything. Went in, relaxed, I started putting my toiletries out as you do, and put my clothes in the wardrobe and everything, just got settled. It started to get a little bit dark, and we looked out the window. The window was really, really dirty, so we couldn't really see out very well. So anyway, we put the light on. It was like a standalone light. So we pressed it, wasn't coming on. So I thought, try a different socket, pressed it, still nothing. So I said, okay, leave it, let's just put the side lights on. Then we put the TV on, and it only seemed to have gone up to number 23, which wasn't really that loud. So anyway, I brought some drinks that I brought from home. I thought I'd just stick them in the little mini fridge that you can get in the hotels. The fridge wasn't working. So anyway, I thought, right, we're in a new hotel. Let me wash my hands and stick to the guidelines that we've been given. So I was washing my hands, went back into the room, watched a bit of telly. Then my daughter wanted to go and use the shower. She said, oh, Mum, look at this plug hole. We looked down the bath and it was full of hair. And I thought, oh, I don't fancy using that. Anyway, looked back in the sink and it was still full of soapy water. And I thought, oh, that's not gone down the drain very well. So I rang up reception and I said, look, we can't get the light on and we've got a few issues. So he came up, tried to fiddle around with the light. And he said, oh, yeah, the windows are a bit dirty. And I said, oh, don't you get window cleaner then? He said, no. And he tried to fiddle around with this light. Anyway, the light wouldn't come on. He said, well, the thing is, maintenance has gone home now. So
What time was this then?
It started to get into the evening, so I think it was around 7, 8 o'clock-ish, I'd say.
I see.
About 7, around 7, Jonathan. I could be wrong. It could have been 6. I can't remember. But
Was it a fairly small hotel then?
No, no.
But they didn't have anyone on maintenance?
Exactly. Okay. Another problem we had as well, Jonathan, is we went down, we ordered some takeaway, and we went down the lift and tried to get back up, and the lift, they've got 2 lifts, one on the left only seems to go down, and a lot of guests were complaining about it. But so we had to go in the other lift to go back up to the room. So it's a bit strange. So it's a bit like 40 Towers, really. So anyway, we rang back again and said, oh, we've just noticed there's hair down sink. The fridge isn't working. We can't get the TV on higher than 23 on the volume. And the sink seems to be blocked. Well, the lady in reception said, well, look, I'll come up. I'm dealing with somebody else at the minute because they've got an issue with their room. She came to my room about 10 o'clock at night. And by that time, because I'd travelled over an hour and a half to get to the hotel, I was a bit exhausted. So she came in at 10 and I was in bed. And she said, look, I think it was just the plug. It was the way it was positioned. It didn't go down properly, but it's fine now. It's working. She said, the fridge, I can't get that going. I don't know how much colder. I've tried to turn it up for you. And to be fair, she did try and help us, Jonathan. But we left the hotel and I did go to reception and I told them all about the issues. And I said, I'd be writing back to the agent where we got the hotel through. And he said, well, all we offered you was to change your room. And you didn't want to do that. And I said, well, no, I put all my toiletries out by then. And
so they did offer to change room for you if you wanted?
He did. He did he did offer me that, I must admit.
Right.
But by that time, obviously, we'd settled down.
So what time of the day was it that you were offered to change room?
It was in the evening.
Right. But that was when the first chap came up, wasn't it? So you said that was about 7 or 8 o'clock?
Yeah, that was when the manager first came up.
Right.
And he said, well, there's nothing else I can offer you. I've offered to change your room to resolve it and you don't want to change. And I said, well, I do, but everything's sort of settled down now and we've put everything out. I don't really want to get people moving again. Because we were just exhausted after the travelling and the day that we had. We just wanted to relax in the room. And we thought that room was ready for sale, But obviously it had so many different issues.
So did you say the travel was an hour and a half?
Yeah, from where I live.
Right. But you were exhausted by the time you arrived there after an hour and a half?
Well, yeah, because we've been out all day. So obviously we've been travelling around the day and then we had to get to the hotel. So it wasn't just getting up there for an hour and a half. I was exhausted through obviously doing other activities in the day.
But you're only staying there for one night, so I presume you didn't have that much stuff with you.
Yeah, we stayed there for one night and then we were going on to another hotel somewhere else. So obviously I had luggage with me.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have unpacked all the stuff you weren't going to use, would you?
No, I didn't. I unpacked the clothes that I was going to be wearing for the next night and obviously what I had on.
Yeah.
And put that away. So, yeah, I didn't have loads of luggage, that's true.
Right.
I just feel that, obviously, if you're going to sell a room and you're going to be charged for it, everything should really be working. It should be all ready and sorted, not tear down the sink and, things like that was going on. The fridge wasn't even working and we couldn't even get the volume up.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the light. It was quite a few different... I would have let it go if it was just the light and the fridge, but there was other things that were cropping up during the evening.
Yeah.
And the more we mentioned it to him, he just said, the only thing I can do is just say move the room.
Okay. So when you came to check out of the hotel and you obviously raised the issues that you had, what were you asking them for at that time?
I said to them, I'm really unhappy with it. I said, I don't think the room's ready. You need to address all these issues before you sort of sell the room again, because obviously it's not fair to have a light there and it doesn't work. And, I said, I'm not asking for my money back. I wouldn't mind partial refund for the upset of it all. They weren't interested. He just said, all I can do is apologise. I did offer you change of room, but I'm really, really sorry for what you've experienced and the problems you had with the lift and everything, he said.
Yeah. I mean, he's right. The manager is absolutely right that he doesn't have to offer you the money back. If he offered a solution at the time, if they felt they had a room that would be more suitable for you, where they were confident all of the things that you were worried about were working, and if they offered that room to you and you chose not to accept that, then really, he's done as much as he needs to do.
Yeah.
If he'd said, sorry, tough, that's our room, take it, you just have to lump it, that would be different.
Yeah.
That would then mean absolutely you could argue, I have not received what I paid for. The room should have had this, this and this. I paid for that. I expect a reduction in the amount I paid because these things were not working and you didn't offer any solution to me at the time. But it sounds as if because he did offer you the solution, I mean, I understand why. It is hassle. Let me just tell you a little story. My recent holiday I just had, I had Mr. and Mrs. Sex move in upstairs on the last night. Mr. and Mrs., I've come away on holiday. I'm going to have sex the entire night.
Oh, my good Lord.
And the banging started at about 1 o'clock in the morning. The bed was bang, bang. Okay, anyway, it went on and on and on. Sorry, this was the penultimate night. It went on and on. 4 o'clock in the morning, I'd had enough of it. It was still going on, so I phoned reception. Reception had to phone them and tell them to stop it.
Oh, my God.
And, I complained the following morning. I said, this is ridiculous. Not had any sleep because you got, Mr. and Mrs. filming some kind of dirty movie upstairs all night. And they said, well, look, we can move you. But, of course, again, it's the same kind of thing. You think, well, hang on a minute. I've got... By this point, I was on the last night, and you're thinking, well, I've got an entire stuff all unpacked in the room. I've got to then pack it all back up and move elsewhere. It's going to be a load of hassle. So I do understand the point. But, But, they can't really... If you imagine, if you're running a hotel, you can't... Apart from offering another room, there's not really anything else you can do, is there?
They did try and address the problems, but obviously housekeeping wasn't sufficient.
Yeah.
If there's hair down the plug hole there, Jonathan. The plumbing wasn't great. The fridge didn't work. The TV was... What are the possibilities of, one or maybe few of those problems in the next room? And I just thought, do I really want to go through that? And I've unpacked and I just want to relax. If you're selling a room, it should be ready for sale. It should be ready for that customer. So moving me to another room, how can you run a business like that?
But they offered you a solution to sort it out, and you turned it down, and that's your problem.
I was just too exhausted to move.
Yeah. I understand that. I get that.
Yeah.
And, I think lots of people, you at that point, you have to make a judgment, don't you, in terms of, are the problems with this room significant enough for me to go through the hassle of packing all my stuff back up and moving down the corridor? Now, you made the judgment call. No, they're not. But you then have to live with that judgment call you made, because if they've offered that to you, if they've offered you another room, as far as I'm concerned, they can't really do it. At that stage, they can't really do any more than they've offered. Sorry, that may not be what you want to hear, but I don't think... if I was in your position, what I would certainly be doing is I would certainly write a letter to the manager now, and also copy in, if you went through some kind of third-party booking agent, I would certainly be inclined to write to them. And the way that I would deal with it is I would be saying to them, before I leave a review on your hotel, which, of course, is something that I would always do after staying in a hotel in order to provide other people with up-to-date information as to whether they would want to stay at your hotel, before I do that, I just wanted to formally make you aware of my concerns and to give you an opportunity to address them. And write a letter just to outline your position. But to be honest, the most you're probably going to get, if they do offer you something in addition, they're probably going to say, well, if you'd like to book to come and stay with us again, we'll give you a bit of a discount. And I don't know if you'd want to go back there again, would you?
No, I really wouldn't.
No. So it all depends on whether or not you're prepared to go through that effort of writing the formal letter of complaint.
I did actually write an email to them saying how unsatisfied I was, though, Jonathan, and to the agent as well. And they were looking into it for me, but they kept referring me back to the property, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Look, in terms of if your question to me is, what more can I do? There's not really anything you can do, because if the hotel offered you the alternative room and they offered a solution and you turned it down, in the eyes of the law, they don't have to do any more than that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So what can I ask a quick question then, Jonathan?
Yeah.
What would happen if I did move and I had similar issues, or... I wasn't happy with the room.
That's different. That's different. I once went to... I booked into a hotel. I was going to Paris. God knows why. I'd never go back there again. But I went to Paris, and I booked into this hotel. I hated Paris. People are wondering. They're looking at me through the window thinking, why is he saying that? I hated it. I thought it was awful. Horrible place. Anyway, so I booked into this hotel, and I got through 8 rooms before I finally found one that I was satisfied with, because they all...
Me.
No, I turned up at this hotel,
You
And
moved 8 times?
I moved 8 times.
No. That's
Every time they took me into a hotel, I'll tell you what it was, cigarette smoke.
Oh, my good Lord.
The rooms stank. It was like moving into an ashtray. It was the most disgusting thing. Obviously, everyone was smoking in this hotel, in the rooms, and every room stank of smoke. And I kept, they'd open the door and I'd say, I can't stay in there. It stinks of smoke. Can you please, this hotel is described as a non-smoking rooms. Please show me a non-smoking room that doesn't stink of smoke. And it took 8 rooms before they found one I could put up with. So, you know, sometimes it does take them a number of opportunities. If they still, at that point, if after the 8th room there still wasn't one that I wanted to stay in, at that point I would have said, look, I have booked this hotel on the basis that it suggests you offer non-smoking rooms. Every single room you have offered me stinks of cigarette smoke. You don't seem able to find a solution to this problem. Therefore, give me my money back and I will go and stay at another hotel instead. At that point, you would be entitled to it because you've given them a reasonable opportunity to sort it out. In fact, 8 opportunities is more than reasonable. But if they really, at that point, cannot solve the problem, then you'd be entitled to your money back.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
It's handy for if it happens again or whatever. I know then.
My little tip for anybody going to a hotel, and I used to work at a hotel, so you know I know some of the tricks and the shortcuts that go on in terms of cleaning rooms and all that kind of stuff. When you get to a hotel, put your suitcase by the door and go round and check everything in that room before you start unpacking anything. Check it.
This is it.
Check the basics. Check that the toilet flushes. Check that the lights turn on. Check the TV works. Check everything you're going to want to do. And if there's a problem, go straight back to reception with your suitcase and say, I'm sorry, but that room is not satisfactory because of this problem, this problem, this problem. And then you're giving them an opportunity before you've gone through any kind of hassle of unpacking and getting all your stuff out. You've given them a reasonable opportunity to try and find an alternative solution. And 9 times out of 10, a good hotel at that point, when seeing some of their visitors arrive back at reception looking a bit unhappy with their suitcase, 9 times out of 10, a good hotel at that point will say, we are so terribly sorry. Please allow us to upgrade you to our next level of room. And we will find a better room for you. Most good hotels at that point would do so because they would be very unhappy that you as a paying customer are dissatisfied with the room. So that's the best thing. And then you've not gone through any of the hassle of taking all your shampoo or whatever it is out of your toilet bag and setting it all up in the bathroom and taking your pyjamas out. And, you know, you've not gone through any of that hassle. So, you know, that's what I would do.
I will. Thanks a lot, Jonathan. I think I will in future. I mean, we did, to an extent, do that.
Yeah.
Everything seems fine. It's only when we sort of settled down, put the telly on, tried to put the light on, tried to look out the windows. It just wasn't suitable, that room.
No.
It really wasn't. I don't know how they had it up for sale, to be fair.
Well, look, Marie, write it off to a bad experience. They did offer you an alternative that means they don't have to do any more. Write it off. You won't go back there again. Move on with your life if I were you.
That's right. Lovely. All right then, Jonathan. Thanks for your help.
Lou purchased a shiplap shed almost 3 years ago and she used a team provided by the retailer to install it for her. It's 12 foot by 8 foot and it cost her over £1,000. And as a result, she was expecting it to last for a reasonable amount of time.
I haven't used the shed over the winter, and when I opened it up in spring, everything was just covered in mildew and damp, and it just smelled awful, that awful smell. And I also noticed that 2 of the shed boards had just broken, had just snapped. So I emailed the retailer. That was actually in April 2021, so that the shed wasn't actually 3 years old yet. I felt it wasn't fit for purpose because it hadn't kept the items in there dry, hadn't lasted a reasonable time, and therefore wasn't of reasonable quality because it was all coming in, damp was coming in through the windows and the floorboards had all broken. And they came back and they said, no one else has had this issue with their shed. They then came back and said, but their policy is 6 months that I have to complain.
Well, as we know, Lou has much more protection in consumer law than that. I went off to speak to the retailer on her behalf because they were only prepared to offer her an amount of £75 for a tradesperson to come out and repair the shed. And she said that's just not acceptable. That's not going to solve the problems with this. This is just a sticking plaster. It's not a reasonable solution. Well, I did go and speak to the retailer, but what's the latest? Let's find out, because Lou's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lou.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, I'm not going to go over all of my various grumbles about my first experience with this retailer. Because to be honest with you, I don't really think it's the retailer that's responsible. The retailer, that's B&Q, and I've had dealings with B&Q over the years and never had any kind of issues at all. But they changed their press company that deal with their press, and the initial response I received from them was just not acceptable. And I don't know if they are or were expecting me to just kind of quietly go away when they came back with a statement saying, oh, we're going to pay £75, but that's not my style. You know, I'm not prepared to do that. And I made it very clear that I was dissatisfied with their response. They came back with something a little more substantial. They came back, they said, we remain sorry to hear about Lou's experience. We would like to resolve the issue with her as a priority. We have been in further contact with Lou, and we've organised for the lead fitter of our vendor to inspect the shed at her home at the earliest opportunity to assess whether the damage is deemed to be caused by the manufacturing or installation of the shed. Once the inspection has been completed and we have received the findings, we will contact Lou with the aim of finding an amicable resolution to the situation. Well, they did indeed come out, they had a look, and they agreed that the whole shed needed to be redone.
Yes.
It wasn't acceptable. There was no tinkering around the edges that would have sorted it out. The whole thing needed to be torn down, needed to go back up again. But very fundamentally, they also suggested that this shed really needed to be positioned on a concrete base. Now, at no point previously, when they'd installed the previous shed, had they ever advised you that a concrete base was necessary. But now they seem to be saying a concrete base is necessary for this shed. They said to you, if you sort the concrete base out, we'll come and replace the shed. And you said, well, OK, but the cost of the materials now, because of the increased cost of concrete, to put a concrete base down now will be about 3 times the amount that it would have been when I first had the shed installed. So if I'd been advised at that point I needed to have a concrete base, it probably would have cost me £300. Now it was going to cost you more like £1,000. And you said, I don't think that's very fair. So I went back to B&Q again and explained that situation and said, look, you seem to be recognising the shed needs to be rebuilt and resupplied. And you now also seem to be saying it needs a concrete base that wasn't given as advice at the beginning. I explained that you were unhappy about the cost of that. They came back with this. They said, alongside covering the cost of a new shed, including its installation and dismantling of the old shed, we are offering to cover reasonable costs towards the materials associated with the base being re-levelled as a gesture of goodwill once this work has been completed. We have also offered to pay for the storage of the contents of Lou's shed in the interim whilst the refitting takes place. Well, I mean, you can't really ask for fairer than that, can you? It would appear they were prepared to cover pretty much everything that you are now facing. What's the latest? Because that was a few weeks ago now. What's going on now, Lou?
It was. And I mean, it was a really, really fair offer that they made. And I felt that did reflect, the massive inconvenience, that we've been through, because it was an absolute bodge job, the shed. It wasn't just a couple of snagging issues. And that we are subsequently going to go through to have it replaced. So it has been more of a headache to get quotes for the base than I realised, just getting tradesmen. I contacted about 12 separate ones and only a few replied, even fewer turned up, but the dates discussed. Obviously, they're very busy, so it's not just the costs of materials at the moment, it's also getting hold of someone in their time. However, so I got 2 quotes for the base to be laid, which is what B&Q had asked for, and I got 2 quotes for the moving and storage for 1 month
of the contents of the shed, so that was secure, whilst the old shed was dismantled and the new shed assembled. I sent those quotes over to B&Q. They've come back to me in reference to the quotes for the base. They want a further breakdown as to specifically what of those quotes is labour and what is materials, because all they will do, they won't cover any labour, and they will only make a payment towards materials. And then as far as the storage is concerned, I didn't understand. They said that there's a duty on me to mitigate any losses incurred. I'm not quite sure what that means.
It means make sure you've got insurance that will cover you.
Right, while it's in storage.
Yes.
Okay. But it's strange then, because they're saying that they feel actually I should clarify what goods need to be stored. Well, to be quite honest, it's all the goods that are in the shed. I haven't got room in the house for them. That's why they're in the shed. And actually now we'd be happy to provide you with a Keeta-type storage. I think they're like those plastic... do you know the ones I mean that people have like their bins in? You can get storage sheds and things. Yeah. Or tarpaulin.
Okay.
But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I'm not sure my contents insurance would cover if all my camping and fishing, don't forget my fishing equipment, most importantly, Jonathan, and bikes and mowers are covered in tarpaulin. And funnily enough, not last night, the local neighbourhood watch sent an email out again reminding us of the spate of shed break-ins in the area. And I thought, well, I can't have tarpaulin. I'm not particularly keen on those Keeta storage either, because they always seem a bit flimsy to me. But so I'd be really grateful for your advice with that, really. Am I expecting too much? Is that a fair offer? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, just a bit of common sense, really. I mean, if you've got anything in your shed that is valuable, so things like expensive lawnmowers or expensive bikes or for your fishing equipment, then I personally would bring that stuff inside somewhere where I could keep it safe.
Oh.
I mean,
yeah, okay.
I mean, I don't know. Have you got a room? Have you got a utility room, or have you got a spare bedroom?
No. I could throw the kids out. That's an option. It's fine.
But in terms of the fishing equipment and the camping equipment, I mean, you surely could just have that in the living room just to keep it safe and stop anyone nicking it.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's a couple of weeks would be about the maximum, I think, because it's not. We haven't got a massive living room. No. And remember, this all smells. This stuff absolutely stinks from where it was covered in mould and mildew. So it's not going to be pleasant to live with. I'll just to put an angle on it. But, if needs be, then needs be. I'm not accepting tarpaulin, and I guess I'd have to check, do my contents insurance cover if I do have valuables outside or if I have equipment outside in a Keeta storage shed.
Yes, I mean, I think it just depends. I don't know. I don't have very much valuable stuff in my shed. I don't own very much that is of value that lives in my shed. So apart from a lawnmower and, bits of, gardening equipment, that kind of stuff, there's nothing really of very much value out there. But I don't know whether you have an awful lot that's valuable. I mean, what did you think would have been a more sensible solution then? I mean, were you thinking they were going to provide you with a proper lock-up facility in one of these self-storage places?
That's the quotes they asked for. They asked for quotes in reference to it being taken into storage, and then to provide the quote that covered the storage costs for a month, and then a month, and then the return of the stuff that was in the shed. And those, do you want to know what those quotes came in at? Or?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was based on packaging, moving, storing for a month, and returning it. One was $840 and one was $910.
Oh, blimey.
And I understand that. Although I don't know if we'd have expected much less, including storage, etc. I mean, I need to move on with it because it feels like pulling teeth. I think we've had to go through so many layers, haven't we, on each? It's not just been a case of the shed. It's been to get to a point, isn't it? So
yeah, and do you know what? I'm absolutely of that opinion. This just needs to get sorted now. So absolutely. I think I would be at that point. I would be prepared to bend a little bit and to make things easier for them, because from their perspective, B&Q are saying we're going to completely replace the shed. We're gonna come and pick up the old one. We're gonna make a contribution towards this base that needs to go down as well, and we're prepared to offer a solution for the storage, but we're not prepared. It would appear they're not prepared to stretch to another potentially close to £1,000 to store your possessions. Some of which will be, as with stuff that gets shoved in the shed, probably perfectly capable of going in one of those plastic storage things that could have a padlock put on it.
Yeah. No, I accept everything's not valuable. We could just do without anything being nicked. And I know I'm looking at worst case scenario, but I think with that email last night, it's like even if the mower goes, I could do without spending a couple of £100 on a mower.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand that.
But,
yeah, I mean, I think for me personally, I would say, well, I'll accept the storage unit that you're offering as a solution, as long as it has a padlock on it, so I can lock my stuff away, and I will make sure that any valuable items are brought into the house on the basis that it will be for a very limited period. But can I please ask that this now happens ASAP? Because if I'm being asked to store this stuff, I don't want to be left with it in my house for a long time because it smells. It's not, it's just not a suitable environment for the stuff to be there.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's probably the best way. Obviously, B&Q will be aware of the fact that you and I have had this conversation today. So I would hope that they, apart from anything else, they will want me to conclude this story on my programme, I'm quite sure.
Yeah.
So let's just hope that it all happens very soon. Can you please keep me in the loop?
Yeah, that's fine. They were waiting for me to speak to you today and then just come back to them. So
fine.
They're ready to, get things moving as well.
And would you get to keep the storage unit afterwards, or will they take that away?
No, I doubt it. I think they'd take it away. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Well, look, let's see what happens. Keep me in the loop if you would, and fingers crossed your new shed will be installed very soon.
Brilliant.
And it will be gorgeous, sitting there on its lovely new swanky concrete base.
I might move into it.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Not with all that smelly old stuff, though. Not with the smelly
I'll leave
stuff.
the mower and that in the living room.
Yes.
I'll go in the shed.
Yes, I would. All right, Lou, we'll talk very soon, okay? Now, Jane was visiting her grown-up children, and she booked her hotel room as neither of her children had a spare room available, and she didn't really fancy sleeping on the sofa. So after leaving her daughter's house, she turned up at the hotel she'd booked at 9:30 at night, noticed that it all seemed to be quite dark, knocked at the front door, and there was no answer.
There weren't lights on downstairs, but there were lights on upstairs. So I knocked again a little bit harder. I thought, well, what am I going to do? So I sat in the car. I might hoot my horn. So I hooted my horn really loudly, so loudly, actually, that one of the guests came to the window and said, "Is that you hooting your horn?" The guest whom I disturbed was very kind. She went and had a look downstairs to see if she could find anybody, but she couldn't. I thought I'd get in contact with the agency that I'd booked through. Came back to me and said, could you wait 30 minutes because they're going to be out to you in 30 minutes. Nobody turned up. So I thought, well, I'll give this agency a ring again. Then I thought, it's really late. I could be on the phone for another 20 minutes waiting for them, and this is going to be way past midnight. So I'd already had conversations with my daughters, and they said I could go and sleep on the sofa, which is what I wanted to avoid doing. I rang the agency when I got there. She said she'd cancel the booking for me. I thought that was very kind. I wouldn't mind having the £55 back that I paid for the hotel.
Well, of course, she should be given the money back. It's ridiculous that she should be charged for a night in a hotel she was unable to have. All because for some bizarre reason, there was no one there. Very strange. Jane came to me, and obviously I went off and I had a word with the company on her behalf. But has it produced fruit? Let's find out. Jane's back on the JVS now. Hello, Jane.
Hello, JVS.
Hello, Jane. Right, this was a bizarre one. The hotel wasn't called Fawlty Towers, was it, by any chance?
Oh, it could have been, couldn't it?
Sounds like the kind of thing you'd expect would happen in Fawlty Towers. You know, Basil and Sybil would go out and no one would open the door. Anyway, I got onto the company on your behalf.
Thank you.
And I know they pretty promptly organised for somebody to make contact with you. What's going on?
Yes, so they've offered to pay me the £55 back. I've had to send them some details because the hotel couldn't provide an invoice. So I've sent the booking company the information that they needed, and they've also offered to pay me some compensation, which I thought was very kind of them.
How much have they offered you out of interest?
They've offered me £100.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Blimey. And have they, just out of interest, I mean, have they managed to get an explanation from the hotel as to what happened on that night?
Well, this is what they've not said anything about that at all in the email that they sent to me, or indeed the conversation that I've had. So I have sent them a further email because I'd like to know why nobody from the hotel was there, why nobody arrived, and I'm still not quite clear as to whether it was me who should have rung the agency back after they didn't turn up, or whether it was the agency who were going to ring me. So I've asked for that question to be clarified too.
And, well, I mean, yes, and I think it's only reasonable that they should give you some kind of idea as to what's going on. I mean, just out of interest, had you done any research on this hotel before you booked it? You know, had you looked them up on TripAdvisor or that kind of thing?
No, I haven't, but have since, obviously.
Yeah.
I wasn't. It was £55, so it's not one of your upmarket hotels. I wasn't expecting things to be hunky-dory. I wasn't going to be having breakfast there or anything like that because I was going to drive straight off in the morning, so that wasn't a worry for me.
Just looking at the hotel's reviews online, I'm not sure that your experience is necessarily a one-off.
Oh, really?
Well, they've been rated 2 out of 5.
Yes, I knew it was a low rating.
Which is just appalling. And when you look at the top reviews, out of all of their reviews, 10 say they're excellent, 32 say they're very good, 33 say they're average, 59 say they're poor, and 162 people have said they're terrible. And you go through their worst pint of beer I've had. One star. Beware, they charged me for a room after cancelling 30 minutes after booking. 1 star, avoid at all costs. 1 star, not impressed at all. I mean...
Yes, I should have looked at the reviews before I booked.
Always. Always. I mean, I'm well aware with some of these review sites, you have to take some of the stuff that people put on there with a pinch of salt because some people are a nightmare. But you certainly get a flavour for somewhere. And if you're looking at somewhere that's got people saying, you know, avoid this place, it's awful, 1 star, or avoid at all costs, all that kind of stuff, you should certainly be doing as much research as you can before you start booking to go and stay there. As far as the booking company is concerned, they're making sure that you're getting all your money back and they're giving you £100 to apologise as well.
They are.
I presume you haven't got that money yet?
No, not yet.
OK. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them this. And just out of interest, shall I call the hotel this afternoon and just put all of this to them and ask why it would appear they provide the most dreadful service to people and why your case is just one of those cases? Shall I do that?
Well, that would be brilliant if you don't mind.
I feel in the mood for that kind of conversation today, to be honest with you, Jane.
Because it was terrible. Well, I was going to say service, but it wasn't that at all, was it?
Well, no. But certainly there are... Back in the day, you know, until you turned up at a hotel, you really had no idea whether it was going to be any good. Now there are various things. If you do a bit of homework, there are various ways you can try and mitigate the chances of finding yourself in a nightmare scenario. And certainly looking at what other people are saying is a good way of doing it. We'll leave it there. Hello, Muriel.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Muriel. Right, I gather you need some help. Tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
Well, yes, I bought a new washing machine, and my daughter came in yesterday, and she said the people that supplied it have said they're coming Friday to repair it. I said, I don't want to repair. I want a new washing machine.
Now, Muriel, you're going to have to go back a bit because I don't know what you're talking about. What's happened with your washing machine?
It won't. Well, it when I put my stuff in, it washed about 6 times, and then I just couldn't get it out of the washing machine.
Right. So when did you buy this machine?
I think It was the 6th of July.
Okay, so this is all very recently.
Oh, yes, yes.
And you used it about 6 times, and after the 6th time, it's jammed and the door won't open.
No, I've only used it 4 times.
Only 4 times?
Two washes worked perfectly. Then 2, the first time they jammed all my dresses in the washing machine. Finally got it out, and my dress is supposed to be on a cool wash, which I did put it on, but they came out red hot, so they're quite spoiled. Then I rang where I bought it from, because you always say get in touch with the people that you bought it from. And I was told, have a load of towels ready, open the valve at the bottom of the washing machine, take off the, I think it's called the kickboard. I said, hang on. I said, I can't do that. I said, and besides, if I get down, I won't be able to get back up. But that was their advice. Then
Can I be terribly rude and ask how old you are, Muriel?
I'm 80.
Oh, right. And they were expecting an 80-year-old to get down on her hands and knees, start unscrewing the front of a washing machine and draining an entire washing machine's load of water all over the floor.
Yes, I said, no, I'm not. I'm definitely not doing that.
Right.
Anyway, I rang the firm who made it, and a lovely young man, I told him, he said, no, don't do that. Anyway, as I say, I'd done 4 washes, 2 were fine. Then last week, put my dresses in. It washed about 6 times.
What, washed the dresses 6 times?
It wouldn't stop.
Oh, my word. Got a life of its own.
Yeah. Then when I did finally get them out, as I say, they were absolutely boiling hot when they're supposed to go on a cool wash.
So has it ruined the dresses?
Yeah. I'll not be able to wear them again because they've gone wide and long and awful.
And how many dresses were there in there?
4.
4 dresses.
Now I've got my cardigans. I thought, well, I might have settled down now after a week. So I put, I'm not sure whether it was 5 or 6 cardigans in on Sunday, and they're still in there with a load of water.
So hang on a minute. So after it had jammed your dresses up, you thought you'd give it a second chance?
Yeah, about a week later.
Right.
And
your cardigans have been held hostage by your washing machine ever since?
Yes.
Right. And, I mean, look, let me ask you a question. I'm not being patronising at all. I just need to make sure. You do know how to use this washing machine properly, don't you? There's no way the company could blame user error.
No. I'd done 2, as I say, I'd done 2 washes and they were fine, no problem.
Right. Okay. No, it's only that I only say that because I bought a new washing machine fairly recently myself. Mm-hmm. And it's got some very strange quirks that my previous washing machine didn't have. Mm. And it's been a bit of a learning curve, to be honest, to work out, how to use it properly. So I just wanted to make absolutely sure there was no chance you'd accidentally put it on the wrong wash or anything.
No, I put it onto the cool wash that I'd done for the previous 2 washes.
Right. And the company that you purchased this from, did they install it for you as well, Muriel?
Yes, they did.
And when you called them up and explained the situation, at no point did anyone say, oh, we're so sorry, we'll get someone round to help you?
No, she, as I said, she told me to have a load of towels and open the bottom of the washing machine.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I said, no, I'm not doing that. I said...
right, so just tell me what's the latest then from... You were saying your daughter has spoken to them and they were going to send someone out to repair it.
Yeah, she came in yesterday from work and she said they've got in touch and they've said that they've booked a repair on Friday. I don't want a repair, Jonathan. I want a new washing machine. Okay, now there are a few things I'll need to find out before I can confirm that you're entitled to that. Right. So you said you purchased it in July. Do you know when in July? Well, on the bill, it's got 25th of the 6th.
Oh, that's June. Okay, so you bought it in June, and do you know when it was delivered in July? It's normally about a week or 2 weeks later.
It was delivered the 25th of the 6th. But he was so busy, he came back, I think it was the 6th of July, to plumb it in properly, yeah.
So it was delivered in June, and then the company came to plumb it in July?
Was a man, yeah.
And when did you first have this problem? And when did you first complain to them?
Well, as I say, I can't remember the date, but as I say, I'd done the 2 washes that were fine, and then when I had problems getting it out, I rang them, but that's the answer I got.
But is this all fairly recent? Is this in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
2 or 3. Yeah, 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay.
But my memory's not like.
No, that's fine. Now, look, in terms of, I'm just going to be straight with you because there's no point in me, telling you things you're not entitled to. In terms of your rights under the Consumer Rights Act, you're not entitled to demand a replacement washing machine.
Right.
At this stage. Now, that's not to say that I'm not going to suggest to this company strongly that that's what they do, because, from what you're saying, it sounds as if you've had a horrible situation, but you're not entitled to that. You're only entitled to reject the goods and either demand a full refund or a replacement within the first 30 days.
Right.
Now, that's obviously, that time has passed. So after that time, the retailer is entitled to offer you a repair if they feel they can repair the product. But I think what I'm going to say to them, and I hope you'll allow me this opportunity, what I'm going to say to them is that it sounds to me as if you've really not received a very good level of care from them so far at all. You're 80 years of age. You've called them up in a situation where the washing machine is full of water and it won't open the door. What they should have done is they should have gone the extra mile to help you. Instead, it sounds like they expected you, some stupid person at the company, expected you at 80 years of age to get down on your hands and knees, start undoing the front. I know the thing they were telling you to undo. I mean, it's, to be honest, they're often quite difficult to unscrew anyway.
Well, I can't even get the board thing off it.
No, but listen, that would be the worst thing ever for you to do, because if an entire washing machine's worth of water starts flooding out of that hole...
That's right.
What are you supposed to do at 80 years of age? A few towels aren't going to soak all that up.
That's what this is.
You'd end up with a tsunami in your kitchen or your utility room. It sounds like appalling advice that they gave you.
Yes.
They've left you in this position. So what I'm going to say to them is, look, you will allow them to come out and repair it on Friday. However, they have to be 100% sure they can fix that washing machine on Friday, because if they can't give a guarantee that they can fix that washing machine, you'd rather have a replacement now because you've been mucked around enough. I think that's what I'm going to say to them. Does that sound reasonable to you?
Sounds fantastic. The only thing, Jonathan, I've got a bad heart, and I've just had to, just this last half hour, just had a letter to say that any day they could call me in for a heart operation.
Right.
Okay,
well, in one way, Muriel, I'll be honest with you, in one way, that makes the repair option a bit more favourable. Because, and look, there are some brilliant engineers out there who can fix things, and once they're fixed, it will be sorted. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not convinced that they can repair your washing machine, because I don't know, but it may well be something more to do with the computer circuit board in it. Mm-hmm. And if that's the case, I don't know how easy that is to sort. But I'm gonna put the ball in their court. I'm going to see what they want to do, and I'm going to make it very clear I'm really disappointed with the level of service they've offered you. They should have gone the extra mile for you, Muriel, and I'm going to make sure they know it.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
It's all right. Listen, you have a cup of tea. Leave it to me. I'll go and deal with them this afternoon, and we'll get it sorted for you, okay?
Oh, that's really kind of you. Thank you very much.
Muriel, it's a pleasure. You hang on there. I'm going to go and get this sorted, all right?
Thank you.
Richard first came to my programme, I was but a schoolboy. He was telling me that he had some luxury bookshelves made and fitted. He chose this particular company because they'd given him what he thought was really good advice on making good quality, long-lasting furniture. They recommended to him that the bookcase should be made from hardwood and, very importantly, given a tough diamond finish on the paintwork to make it extra durable. So he went for it. But he says ever since it's been finished, it's the paintwork that's been causing him a problem.
There were a few accidental scratches and a couple of little gaps here and there they needed to fill, and they repainted those by hand. But when the paint dried, it was the same lovely dark blue colour, but not the same shade. They popped back 5 or maybe 6 times and repainted a bigger and bigger patch by hand. And each time they did it, they took the shelves off, and then when they put the shelves back on, they left more scratches and marks on the paint. And it was starting to look really awful by now. And then they sent a man all the way from London who was a specialist painter, and he repainted it. But when he repainted it, and we had a look at the finish, it was awful. There were lots of brush marks visible and even more scratches. And he said he was embarrassed by the quality of the work, and they promised me they'd send him round again. But then I suppose COVID hit, didn't it?
Well, Richard wasn't getting anywhere, which is why he came to me now. As I say, in a flippant style, this was a long time ago. This case has been rumbling on for a very long time. But are we finally at a stage where things have been sorted? Let's find out, he says, with everything crossed. Richard's back on the JVS show. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Richard. Now, as you know, and I won't go over the whole case again because it was backwards and forwards. When I went off to have a word with the guy at the company, he's quite a kind of relaxed chap, but he did recognise that they needed to get this paintwork sorted for you. And he has, right from the start, he has never shied away from the fact that he takes responsibility for getting that paintwork sorted. But how the paintwork was going to be done was another matter. Now, after a lot of conversations and advice from various different decorators, the best solution was deemed to be that this furniture should be air sprayed, I think is the technical expression. It's a bit like spraying a car. It uses a machine to spray the paint on. You get a beautiful uniform finish on it. But very importantly, the paint needed to be a very hard finish to it so that it would be usable as a bookshelf. So you're taking books on and off that shelf, and you don't want every time you take a book off for it to leave a mark on the bookshelf. Yeah. So they were going to get this specialist decorator to come and repaint it all for you. And you were told that because this guy is under so much pressure and in such demand, you were going to have to wait for it. Well, you said, I'm okay to wait for it as long as it gets done. And as long as when it is done, it's done properly. Well, I almost did a cartwheel when I received your email, Richard, to say that this week, finally, after all this time, the decorator was coming to respray your bookshelf. What happened?
Well, Jonathan, I'm just impressed that you can still do a cartwheel. I think that's wonderful.
I did say I tried, I think. Or I felt like doing it. I don't think I could, actually. I think I'd have a terrible accident and end up in A&E.
Take it easy, then. Take it easy. So this chap, the specialist painter, turned up. When he said he would, he took away the doors and shelves and said he would bring them back in a few days, painted, and he turned up when he said he did with the doors and shelves, and they looked really nice. And then we had a look at the rest of the unit, the carcass, if you like, and he was very professional, but had a really interesting or really good eye for detail. He was going, I can see here, there's this scratch, and there's this sort of area of very poor painting, and this looks like there's lots of layers of paint on this section all built up. What I'm going to do, he said, is I'm going to sand it all down. I'm going to sand it all down, the whole thing. And he spent, I would say, 3/4 of a day, maybe even a whole day, with a machine with different grades of sort of pad and sanding this thing down until it looked beautiful, Jonathan. I mean, it looked lovely, really, really beautiful. And then he had a couple of these machines which, as you described, I'd not seen before, but were a special sort of paint spray that actually does not mix air with it. It just uses a piston, so there's no clouds of poisonous kind of paint fumes around the room. And he started to spray this, and he did a couple of coats on it, and we left it to dry overnight. And then he popped back the next day to see how it was, and I'd had a look at it. And he said, "Well, I'm not happy with this bit. I'm not happy with that bit. That bit's not quite flawless. Let me sand that bit down and let me redo that bit." He did that, and then when the paint was all dry, we went to have a look at it together. And I have to tell you, Jonathan, it looks wonderful.
Oh,
I mean, that level of just, the guy was so precise. He had such an interest. He used lots and lots of little bits of filler to fill in all the little divots that had been knocked out and little scratch marks. And then the result, it looks brand new, Jonathan. I'm blown away. I think it's wonderful.
Worth the wait.
Oh, my goodness me, yes.
Lovely. Thank goodness for that. There was a part of me I was thinking, oh, please don't do it. I thought you might be building up to, and then suddenly the whole thing fell apart.
But you know what? Something I've learned from this, Jonathan. Well, I've learned lots of things about this, patience not least of all. But one of them is that there are definitely decorators and decorators. And I did say to him, you're a busy guy. What sort of work are you doing? He said, well, a lot of work. I do a lot of kitchens and those sorts of things, spraying them all, because we always get the best finish with the spraying. He said, but I also spend quite a bit of my time redoing work that other people have done to a poor standard. That's an interesting story in itself, isn't it?
Well, it is. And all kinds of people have different standards. The fact is that you were having this beautiful quality furniture built with hardwood, and it was very obvious that when somebody requests this kind of furniture with this kind of look and this kind of finish, that they are going to want a perfect finish to it. And unfortunately, previously, they hadn't managed to fulfil that final part of it. And you can take the most beautiful bit of furniture, and if you paint it badly, you'll ruin it, won't you? Whereas there are other times.
Something else he said to me, Jonathan, was, I've only got myself to blame, Jonathan, but I picked a lovely dark blue colour for this bit of furniture because I thought that would look lovely, and it does. But he did say, when you paint something a dark colour like that, particularly a sort of matte paint, it will show up every blemish, every imperfection. The surface underneath has to be flawless before you even begin painting it. And if you don't start with a flawless finish, flawless finish to begin with, anything you paint over the top will always just look a little bit poor. So again, lots of things I've learned from this.
Well, fantastic. And I presume now you're going to be... I presume you can use this bookshelf normally, but the last thing you're going to want to do is put any scratches or marks on it. Now it looks so perfect.
I think I'm going to lock the door to that room and just never use it. No, I'm going to leave it a week. He said something else he said that none of the others had said before is give it a week because paint takes time to properly harden. Give it a week, and that way you're sure that when you put stuff on it, it'll be as diamond hard as you originally asked for. Jonathan, I'm so pleased with the result, and I know it has been a little while, but I just wanted to say a huge thank you to you and your team. I just wouldn't be here without you and your patience and your help through this. I don't know what would have happened by now, but certainly nothing like this. So thank you very much.
Well, I'm just pleased it's happened before we're all dead. Because there was a part of me that wondered whether that was ever going to happen. I'm just delighted that it's all sorted. We will thank the man who runs this company and who built the furniture and who organised the painter. We will thank the decorator very much indeed, and I will give them all my horn. Any other problems, Richard, you know where we are. Hello, Janice. You have a consumer problem, I gather. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. My husband tried to get some shopping online, and he can't walk very well, and I can't always go to the shops because I'm looking after my mother as well. But anyway, he went online and tried to order some shopping and put in our address and everything, and it come up, we cannot deliver to this address because it's a business address. we are pensioners and we live at an end of terraced house. And we've never had nothing to do with running businesses or anything. So I don't know where they got it from. I phoned up customer services over the last 4 weeks and they tried to help, but nothing's been done. They can't seem to fix the problem and get us off of this business address.
And have you ever heard of this kind of business address before? Has it ever affected you in any other way?
Well, no, because we've had other shopping people come in and they deliver to us fine, but this one particular shop won't deliver. It just keeps saying, we're a business address.
Well, that's very strange. So they say you're a business address, but you're not a business and you've never been a business and you don't run a business from that address?
No.
Well, very weird.
It's very weird. I would like to know how they got us on to being a business address.
Well, I tell you what I'd like to know, because we all understand mistakes can be made and sometimes peculiar things can crop up. But what I'd like to know is why, when you've called them, explain the situation, why they haven't managed to resolve the matter for you. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it, really? They should just be able to amend their system and allow their drivers to deliver to your property.
Well, that's what I thought. I mean, a manager was looking into it. He was supposed to have got back to me, but he never did. So I assume he couldn't solve the problem either.
So what have you been doing for your shopping? I mean, have you found another supermarket that will deliver to you?
Yeah, at the moment, yes.
Right.
But we need this particular item, and they're just not delivering.
What? So you need a particular item from one particular supermarket?
Yeah, because the other ones didn't sell it at the time, so we was going to get it from this particular shop.
Right.
And that was it. So I've been on the phone to customer services. Sometimes you get a nice person who really tries, and another time you'll get another one who says, sorry, we can't do nothing about it.
Well, it is a bit bizarre. And how long have you lived at this property?
Oh, 40-odd years.
And you've never run a company from that address?
No.
Well, it's weird. It's very weird. It's obviously some kind of glitch that exists on their system with your address. And I have no idea why they can't override it. Would you like me to go and have a little word with them and try and sort it out for you?
If you could, please, I'd muchly appreciate it.
Well, I will do what I can. It's an odd one. I don't know if anyone else listening to the programme's ever had this experience, but it's certainly a peculiar one. And there's, I mean, I presume for the vast majority, I mean, for example, if I had this experience with a particular supermarket and they said, well, I can't sort it out, then I'd just go and use a different supermarket instead. If I can find another supermarket that would deliver to my address, I would just use them instead and think, well, it's the other supermarket's loss. But if you really need this particular company to deliver...
Yeah, but it's not only that. I'm trying to find out how this happened in the first place. How has our house got to be a business address?
But it's not, is it?
It's not. And I just can't make out how it's happened. And
well, it's a glitch on their system, surely.
Well, it's got to be.
Yeah.
But I really need to know also how they got it on in the first place.
What, you mean how they made the mistake?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
And where they got it from.
I don't. Your neighbours on either side, neither of them run a business from home?
We've got one next door. I don't know whether he runs it actually from home, but he operates the business. And we've got one across the road, and there are a few other businesses in the village. I mean, whether they've got us mixed up with another high street, I don't know.
Maybe. But I'm just... yeah.
It's sort of like annoying.
OK. Well, look, you've done the right thing. Let me go and have a word. Interestingly, I've had a text that's come in here from Lisa that says, JVS, regarding your current caller, we actually live in a business, at a business address. It's a school.
Yeah.
It's a new build house, but we have no problems with various online deliveries. So
I know, but that's the trouble.
Even if it was a business address, they should still be delivering to you. It's weird.
Well, they say they don't go upstairs and all the rest of it, you know, up or carry long distances. But we're not a business address, and we're on the side that our house is more or less on top of the road.
Right. Okay, well, look, this is an interesting challenge for me, Janice. I could challenge.
Well, I think you've definitely got a challenge this time because I can't break through the customer services to get to speak to anybody higher than customer services. The managers don't come out to play; they hide.
Okay. Well, you really have set me a challenge, so I'd like to accept it if I may.
You may.
Can you
and
leave
I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you very much. You make it sound as if I've got all kinds of fun and games ahead of me.
I think you have.
Okay. Fine, all right, well, leave it to me. I'll pass you back to the team, we'll get some detail, and I'll go and have a word with them this afternoon and try and find out what's going on. Muriel purchased a new washing machine on the 26th of June this year. She said she's used it 4 times, but it's not working properly at all.
I'd done 4 washes, 2 were fine. Then last week, put my dresses in. It washed about 6 times. It wouldn't stop. Then when I did finally get them out, they were absolutely boiling hot when they're supposed to go on a cool wash. I'll not be able to wear them again because they've gone wide and long and awful. I thought, well, I might have settled down now after a week. So I put, I think, 5 or 6 cardigans in on Sunday, and they're still in there with a load of water.
Well, Muriel was telling me she's 80, and when she contacted the company to ask them to help her, she said the only solution they gave was that she got down on her hands and knees, unscrewed the filter from the front of the washing machine with a whole load of towels all over the floor, and drained all the water out. Well, Muriel said to me, look, at 80, to be honest, if I get down on the floor, I won't be able to get up again. And I can't possibly be dealing with all this water flooding out. Well, it didn't sound like a very sensible suggestion to me, so I was intrigued to go and have a word with the retailer to find out why Muriel had had this response. And I've had a number of very interesting conversations with them. One conversation more helpful than the other. Muriel's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Muriel.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Muriel. Right, now, first up, I gather the good news is, after my call to them yesterday, I gather you're now a much happier bunny.
I am, thank you.
What happened?
The man came round and he said I should have knocked the washing machine off on the washer by the on and off button, which I didn't. I knocked it off by the switch on the wall.
Right.
He said that's what's caused the problem.
Okay. So he's now got it working, I gather, for you?
Yes.
Okay. And he's confident that it's working and you won't have any more problems with it. Now, let me just run through what happened from my perspective. When I contacted the retailer yesterday, and this is a small retailer, it's not a big retailer, I had a conversation with a lady at the company. Now, the conversation didn't go brilliantly well because the lady was trying to tell me that this was all down to the manufacturer and not down to them as a retailer. She said that she had tried to help you on the phone, but they were very busy and they wouldn't have been able to get anybody to go out to your property until next week. They couldn't get anybody out this week. Well, I explained to this lady, I said, look, firstly, Muriel is 80, so really she needs a bit of extra help here. To leave Muriel in this position, I don't think is acceptable, and is there no way anybody could have at least contacted her to try and help her resolve the matter? Well, am I right in saying, Muriel, that you'd actually put the phone down on them?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, they did say that when they were trying to help you, you put the phone down on them. And when I had a subsequent conversation with a man who runs the company this morning, he did say that as a company, they'd received a number of answer phone messages from you talking about the problem you were having, but they said that you hadn't even left your name or your number, so they didn't even know who it was about. You just kind of called them and left messages saying your washing machine wasn't working, but they said that they didn't even know who it was about. And he said that as far as they were concerned, when they'd had a conversation with you on Tuesday of this week, they said that they'd explained to you they thought the chances were, from the description you were giving, that the washing machine may have something blocked in the filter, like a sock or something like that. And therefore, they'd talked you through the easiest way of being able to release the door, but they did say to you, do you have anyone, like a family member, that can help you? But apparently you just put the phone down instead.
I did.
Now, I said to the man, well, surely at that point, when you're dealing with an 80-year-old customer who's... And it was clear to me from our conversation yesterday, Muriel, you got yourself in a bit of a state about all of this, hadn't you?
I had.
Yeah. You were getting yourself a bit worked up. So I said, why did you not phone the customer back and say, look, we're trying to help you here. We're trying to find a solution. It seems as if until I contacted them, they hadn't made any contact with you at all. Well, he was keen to point out that that wasn't what had happened and that they were intending to call you back anyway to resolve the matter. He said he doesn't believe there's anything wrong with the washing machine. Apparently, and I don't know, did he mention this to you yesterday? He said there were a couple of issues. He said that on this washing machine, there's a program 5 and there's a program 6. Did he mention the difference between those two programs, Muriel?
Did, but I put it onto the one that I'd washed previous and had no problem. But I didn't put it on number 6 because when I put it on number 5, it said a cool wash, 30 degrees. And I checked the third time as well, and that said, and then obviously somehow it had jumped to number 6.
Yeah, because what he was saying was that number 5 is a kind of nice cool wash that you wanted. Number 6 is a cotton wash that takes 3 hours and 40 minutes. And he said that what he thinks may have happened is that you'd, without realising it, put it on, which he said is easy to do because it's only one click apart on the, on the dial. But you'd put it on a number 6, and because the washing machine just kept going on and on and on, you then thought it had gone wrong. So you then turned the machine off at the point. He said you've got like an isolator switch on the wall instead.
Yeah.
Rather than letting it finish. And by doing that, what you'd kind of done is jammed the machine because it was halfway through a very long cycle. And he said when he went out to your property yesterday, he said, I ran it through a number of cycles just to check it all. And he said, everything seemed to work. He said, I was at Muriel's house for over an hour going through the cycle that she used. And he said, I couldn't get it to make a mistake at all. It was working absolutely perfectly and it was draining the water. He said the way that he's left it with you, and I believe this sounds like a reasonable solution. He said what he's done is he said to you, he thinks the washing machine is fine and there's no problem with it. But he said if you have any other issues again, you've got his name and you've got his number. And he said you can come straight back to him and he will try and help you out. But he said what he would like, what would be really useful, if the washing machine does jam again, he said he would like somebody to take a photo of what it's saying on the screen, or preferably even a video to demonstrate the problem. Now, I gather that you agreed with him. You've got a granddaughter that lives fairly near you who would, if it does jam again, be able to come round and do that kind of photograph session and video session.
Yes.
Yeah. So he said that way, if it does happen again, I'll be able to see firsthand what the problem is, because he said I just couldn't get it to recreate any problems whatsoever. And he said, I do think it was more likely that it had been put on a long cycle and it just jammed halfway through because it had been turned off at the point, which had probably... Because you can understand, Muriel, these things are all kind of computerised now. And if you just turn them off at the plug, if you stop the electricity while they're halfway through, it can create a bit of confusion for the computer. So do you feel, having had that conversation and having had that visit from him yesterday, do you feel comfortable now that firstly it is working properly, and if it doesn't work again, if it has the same problem, do you feel comfortable that you'll be able to sort it out with him?
Yes, I do. But in the first place, I was told to open that valve and put loads of towels down and let the water out.
Yeah.
I mean, no way was I going to do that and flood my kitchen out.
No, he said that what they were trying to do at that stage was what they thought was the easiest way of sorting it. And he said they weren't expecting you to do it on your own. They'd asked you if there was a family member or something that would be able to come round and help you do it.
Yeah, after I complained when I said I wasn't going to do it.
Right. I mean, look, I think, to be honest with you, I think there are some lessons that will have been learnt as a result of all of this.
Yes.
I hope that now the washing machine is going to work perfectly and you're not going to have any kind of issues at all. Was your daughter there with you yesterday when he came round?
No.
Right. And is your daughter comfortable with how the washing machine does work? So if there are any other issues, she'd be able to come and help you?
Yeah, well, I said to her, I'm not putting it on until you're here with me.
Right. Okay. And that way you can make absolutely sure that it's on the right programme and that everything's tickety-boo. Yeah?
But yes, I am.
Okay.
But as I say, they did say, open that valve and let the water out. I wasn't going to flood my kitchen out. I mean, it was full of water. I mean, I think that was such a ridiculous thing to say.
Well, look, hopefully, if you'll forgive the pun, that's water under the bridge now.
Yes.
It sounds as if the company now realises that, maybe it would have been a good idea to have a further conversation with you before things escalated to this point. They thought they were helping you. They didn't realise that you had interpreted it as being as unhelpful as you had. But they say they have now sorted it and they don't believe there was a problem with the machine and they don't believe you will have a problem going forward. If you do have any other problems, Muriel, you know where I am, so if you need to come back to me, I'm more than happy to help you again. But I think you're probably going to find now that washing machine will be absolutely fine.
Oh, I can't thank you enough, Jonathan. I really can't.
Well, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to help you, and let's hope that all your washing is fine from now. As I say, any other problems, you just pick up the phone and give me a bell.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Thanks ever so much.
Thank you to you, Muriel, and thank you to the company for going out yesterday afternoon and getting it all resolved. Matt purchased a TV 6 months ago. It cost him £649. He contacted the manufacturer after the retailer's helpline kept directing him in that direction because it went wrong. His TV had gone wrong. Well, as far as Matt was concerned, it was a problem with the pixels because there were all these black spots on the screen.
They turned around to me and they said that it was down to insects behind the screen, thunderbugs, and they're diagnosing this from a photo and said it was a chargeable repair. So then I paid the £30 to prove them wrong for a diagnostics, which then their authorised repair centre had stripped my TV down, and then they said that, it was all sorted. They put it all back together, contacted me, and then sent it back to me. I've taken it home, turned the TV on, and the same thing is still there. The fault is still there. So basically, I've lost out on the TV and I've lost out on £649 at the moment.
Well, Matt wasn't very happy about it at all. The manufacturer, this was where the case became very peculiar. The manufacturer had blamed the most peculiar thing for being the problem behind all of this. They said that Matt had got thunderflies in his screen. They said that the little black dots all over the screen, it wasn't a problem with the pixels. There were thunderflies that had got inside the screen and the black dots were the thunderflies. Well, it's bizarre. I've never heard of that in my life. I went off to speak to the company on Matt's behalf. He's back on the JVS show. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Matt. Now, this is Curry's PC World, and they came back with a response. They said, we were sorry to hear that Matt's television experienced a fault. We have now refunded Matt in full, and he is happy with our resolution. What have they said to you?
Okay, so they sent me an email saying, first of all, I would like to apologise for the experience you've had with the product and for the breakdown in communication with themselves and the manufacturer. They said that they do not expect their customers to be in the position that I was in, and they were very disappointed that on this occasion this has been the case. They also said that they'd like to take the opportunity to offer the sincerest apologies and for any inconvenience that's been caused. They said that they'd been in discussion with the branch and they have confirmed that they've issued me a full refund for the item. They've also said any expenses, because obviously I paid the manufacturer to have a service on this item to be stripped down. They've also reimbursed me for that, and they've also said that they'll reimburse any other out-of-pocket expenses that happened, and they've also given me £30 as a goodwill gesture as well.
Well, you can't say fairer than that, can you?
No.
But no explanation as to why not Curry's PC World, but why the manufacturer had concluded that the problem with the screen was down to thunderflies.
Yeah.
There's no chance, is there? I mean, I'm asking this question genuinely because I don't know the answer. There's no way that that's kind of used as a technical expression for when little black dots appear on the screen. Is there?
As I say, I literally tried for 2 weeks, so I don't know how you managed to get a response within 12 hours from the company, because I've been on the phone to them, I've been on the web chats with them, and I've been trying for 2 weeks to try and get a resolution, trying to get this sorted, like you and your team have done. I can't thank you enough, because you've literally got a result within 12 hours, and I've got a full refund now. They've given me a goodwill gesture, they've apologised, and they literally just kept fobbing me off, and they weren't willing to do anything. So I can't thank you enough.
Great. Well, I'm delighted that it's all sorted. Have you actually received the refund yet, or just the offer of it?
No, so I've received the full refund, and I received a phone call this morning from the finance team, and they've reimbursed me £60, so the £30 for the service that I paid to the manufacturer, and the £30 as a goodwill gesture. It's gone straight into my account.
Brilliant. Lovely. Well, we will thank Curry's PC World and give them the horn then, shall we?
Yes, thank you.
Matt, any other problems, you know where we are.
I will do. Thank you.
All the best. Curry's PC World, massive thanks. Now, Chris came to me. He was telling me that he's got an issue with a tarmac path just outside his mum's bungalow. He says trees next to this path are making the surface very uneven.
My mother, who's got one of these framed walkers, the wheels actually sink into the cracks and she can't move the walker at all. So she ends up like a dead stop. The other issue is, apart from the tree roots, the local water company have got their meter boxes that have sunk, so we've got potholes in effect where the meter box covers are in the tarmac.
Well, Chris said that he's been complaining to his local authority about this, but nothing's really been done that's satisfactory, and he said that lots of people who are disabled live in that area, and they're all finding it very difficult to navigate their way along this particular stretch of pavement. Now, I said to Chris that obviously we all have to understand that local authorities are very cash-strapped at the moment, and therefore, if you ask most local authorities, they will tell you that finances mean they are having to prioritise things and not necessarily doing everything that they would like to do. However, if the path really was as bad as Chris was saying it was, then of course they should be doing something to resolve this. It's unacceptable that they would leave a path in such a dangerous state that people, particularly elderly people, could be tripping up on it and falling. So I went off to have a word with the council on Chris's behalf. Well, he's back on the JVS show. Hello, Chris.
Hi there.
Hi. Now, the council concerned is Milton Keynes Council, and I explained the situation to them, and they went off to investigate. They came back with a fairly short response, but it was a response that largely centred around a photograph. They have said, we know this isn't great for radio, but attached is a before and after picture that we took when we worked on this particular road in Milton Keynes. The after picture was taken on the 27th of July, as in just over a month ago. We visited, we assessed the condition of the path, then we made some repairs to bring it up to standard. This is as much as we're able to do at the moment. Well, they've sent me this photograph. Now, I've just put it on my Twitter page. So if you go on to twitter.com/the official JVS and have a little look at the photos, the photo on the left is, I presume that's the before photo because there's cracks all over the pavement.
Right.
And then the photograph on the right shows that they have re-tarmacked over all of the kind of lumpy cracked bit to provide a smooth surface. Now, I'll be honest with you, I mean, I'm just looking at this photograph, I'm looking at the comparison between the two. Although I would agree that the repair, it's not exactly the most smart of repairs because it does look as if it's just kind of been patched up. It does look as if the surface is quite smooth along that stretch of the path. So is there really still a problem, Chris?
Yeah, this is the problem. The thing is, yeah, they did come out and they smoothed over, as I said in the previous programme, they smoothed over a certain area. But the annoying thing is, they've obviously come out and surveyed this path, the whole length of it, which is the length of 4 bungalows. And they've only actually done any work on the half the width of the path for 2 bungalows long.
Right, but it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, OK, aesthetically it would have looked smarter if they'd done the whole thing.
Well, when you say it doesn't matter, I don't quite see where you're going with that.
Well, does it matter if the principle of the path and the principle of your complaint is that it was so uneven that your mum couldn't walk along it without her walker getting stuck in the tarmac?
Yeah, the area that I sent the photographs through to you, that's still the same. That hasn't been altered.
Right. Because, I mean, the problem is, so Milton Keynes Council have said that as far as I think the gist of their response really, and this is why I've put the photos on my Twitter, just for people to have a look at and to be able to give me their feedback on. As I say, if you go to the official JVS on Twitter, you can have a look at the photos and just let me know what you think about it, please. 08081 008800. But I think the gist of what they're saying is, look, we have assessed it, we have done a repair. That's as much as we're going to do at the moment because we don't feel that it is right to use the people of Milton Keynes council tax money to do any more than we've done at the moment. That seems to be the gist of the argument. How would you respond?
Well, when they say they're using the council taxpayers' money, are we not council taxpayers ourselves? And do we not deserve to have a footpath that we can walk on when we open our front gate?
But why can't you walk on that footpath?
I can walk on it, but my mother can't.
Right. Okay. I mean, the problem I have is that, you know, I was expecting for the path to look as it does on the left-hand picture, on the before picture. I thought that's how it would look now. But the right-hand photo that Milton Keynes Council...
I'm getting the photos at the moment, because I'm not that tech-minded. But yeah, carry on.
The photo on the right that Milton Keynes Council say is the state of the path now, although it does look, you can see where there is a stretch of brand new tarmac run along it. I'm not looking at it thinking, oh my word, yes, that you definitely with a walking frame wouldn't be able to walk along that. I can't see where the problem would be. But maybe I don't know, maybe you're able to describe something that the photo doesn't show.
Yeah, I'm having a job getting the photos up. Sorry about this.
That's all right. That's fine.
It's JV.
If you go to the official JVS on Twitter,
right,
just have a little look at the photo. Have you got it there? While you're doing that, let me just read some of the texts that are, or the tweets rather, that are coming in.
Right, I found it. Yeah.
You can see the photos we're talking about now. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That area has been done.
Right. Is that the area outside your property?
No.
Right, so that's not the area outside where your mum lives?
That's 2 doors along.
So what's the area outside where your mum lives? What does that look like?
It's equivalent to the before photo that you have.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Now, I know you said you were going to send me some photos.
Yeah, I did originally send some photos to your researchers.
I can't see any photographs.
Right.
Is there any chance, if you've got a current photograph,
okay,
that shows the the actual situation outside your mum's bungalow now?
Right.
That would be very useful, because if you've got a photograph that looks like the before photo Milton Keynes Council have sent me, outside your mum's property, I can go back to them and say, well, look, you've been a bit selective in terms of the photograph that you've sent, because this is...
They obviously have. They've obviously taken the photographs which are going to put them in the best light.
Well, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. Their argument is they came out, they assessed, they've done what they believe to be a satisfactory repair, and they believe that's okay now. That's the end of the matter. They don't need to do any more. And they say that the photograph demonstrates the state of the pavement now.
Yeah, I agree with this, what they're saying. The area that they did, they come out, they assessed it, they thought that it needed redoing, and they come out and they've done that area. The fact of the matter is also that there's no edging to that path, and the tarmac is now spreading onto the grass because there's nothing to stop it moving. But that's a different issue.
Well, it is really, because the issue I thought was that the path was unusable for your mum.
The area outside my mother's bungalow, she can't use that area. She can't use a walker on that area. It's the same as the photos they have sent.
Well,
selected photos they have sent.
If what you're saying is correct, and if you've got photographic evidence to back that up, then Milton Keynes Council will expect a phone call from me, because if they've sent me what you're describing as being a selective photo to show them in the best light,
yes,
and it's not represented, and if what you're asking me to accept, and I'm not saying I disbelieve you, but what you're saying is that the council came along, they assessed the pavement, and for some reason they just left the stretch outside your mum's house while they did the rest of it, nicely.
They obviously didn't deem that as needing doing, but it's as bad as the photographs of the before of the area outside the two bungalows further down.
Right. Lots of people tweeting regarding the photographs that have been sent. Sarah says, well, I wouldn't let them ice any cakes for me. Colin, yeah, but to be fair, I mean, a pavement, the tarmac will gradually fade anyway, the colour of it, so it won't stand out as being as black. And to be honest, does it matter if it... I mean, there's all kinds of pavements where I remember do you remember when NTL first moved in, and NTL put cable all the way up and down people's pavements? I mean, up and down every single pavement in the land, there was a great big black strip, wasn't there, where they dug it all up?
If you look at the photographs, you can see where the fibre company put the cable through the centre last year.
Colin says that's a mess, Jonathan. Michael says that it's not exactly great, accurate and exact work, but it would do for me if all it's used for is as a utility path.
For me, if that's what I had been left with, that I can push my mother out there either in a wheelchair or she can go out there on a walker without fear of tripping.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for a gold-plated path. I just want something that's safe that she can use.
Daz says...
At the moment, I haven't got that.
Probably the best you're going to get with cash-strapped councils. At least it's smooth now. What more can you ask for? Well, yes, but as you've just heard Chris say, he says that the bit outside his mum's bungalow is not like that. Mike says, well, that's in a far better state than the paths near me. Mark says it ain't great, but it ain't bad either. Colin says it would be safe to keep to the centre of the path. If you have a Zimmer frame, it would be uneven. April says, I walk with a walking frame, as I have MS, but that is really not sufficient. That would cause real issues to me. Interesting. Just from the photo that has been sent. Sarah says it looks awful, bumpy and horrid. Michael says, oh dear, so beautiful. I don't understand that. But Gilly says it looks much safer now. Gladys says that's not a very good job. It looks very shoddy. Sue says it's not perfect, it's untidy, but it's better than uneven paving stones where we live. Loads of your responses. I'll tell you what, I'm going to look at all of your responses as the programme goes on. So if you do want to have a little look at the photos and then give me your feedback, if you go to the official JVS on Twitter, look at the photos and tell me what you think. Chris, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass you back to the team.
Yeah.
What I would like is, please, to get a photo, an accurate photo. Could you take one for me today?
I'll sort it out. Yeah, I've got the photos on the phone, and I did send some through.
Yeah, but could you? What would really help me? What would really help me is if you could take a photo today.
Yes, we will.
of the pavement outside your mum's property.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the photo taken today, after you and I have had this conversation and after Milton Keynes Council have shown me the photos, if I can go back to them and say, well, look, on the 9th of September, Chris then sent me a photo taken outside his mum's house and it doesn't look anything like the photo you're sending me. Why did you not repair the bit outside his mum's house? You know, that puts me in quite a strong position, doesn't it, to make the argument that they need to come back and do a bit more tarmacking.
Yeah. I actually thought that the photographs had come through to you, but obviously...
No, I haven't seen the photos. I've got all the rest of the details, but the photos haven't come through. So if you could send that again, that would be very useful. And I will go back to Milton Keynes Council and they can expect to hear from me, OK?
OK, then.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Thanks for doing what we've done so far, and I'll sort that out for you.
Yeah, that would be very useful. That's intriguing. That's intriguing. And I mean, Milton Keynes Council, it would be a bit foolish, really, to have sent selective photos. I'm sure they would argue they haven't done that, but let's see what Chris's photos show and we'll take it from there. If you want to look, just go to the official JVS on Twitter and give me your feedback, please. Jeff's on the line. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Jeff. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. In January of this year, we were deciding to replace our boiler. It was quite old. So we found that the government were doing a Green Homes Grant scheme. So I looked into it and it all looked pretty good. And it ticked all the boxes that applied to me so that I could actually apply for it. Mm-hmm. We were fortunate enough to get the grant, £10,000.
Wow.
Towards the system. Anyway...
So was it... sorry, the Green Homes Grant...
Yes.
What was that going to do? Give you a new boiler or one of these new heat pump systems?
New heat pump system.
Oh, OK. Right. Yes, because I think they are... Well, I don't know. How much are they? 10 grand?
Well, no, it was a bit more than that. We had to pay another 1,600 quid on top of it.
Right. Blimey.
Just under 12,000 quid.
Right. Oh, my word. Well, that is a lot more than... I mean, a boiler is enough, but to have £12,000 on a new heat pump system, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So we got the grant, and we picked our installation team to do the job. And this particular heat pump is actually designed to just replace gas or oil. So they didn't have to do much pipe work at all. They had to do some pipe work, but not a lot.
Right.
So yes, and also what they done was they recommended that they would fit 2 convector rads. That would give a bit more boost of heat.
Mm-hmm. So how? Forgive my ignorance here, Jeff, and I'm sure we will all become very well versed in heat pump technology. But how does it work then in comparison to a boiler?
It all works by the heat. From outside, you've got a fan. That the fan runs, and as it blows the air through, it creates energy that goes to the boiler or the pump, which is in the shed.
Right, and so how is the fan powered? By electricity or by wind?
Yeah, it's powered. This particular one is powered by electricity.
So you've got an electric fan outside that draws in air.
Yes.
And it then converts that air into heat somehow.
Yes. It was basically, it works like a fridge, but reversed.
I see.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't really understand it, but anyway, so that's fundamentally how it works, and then it can plumb into your existing central heating system in terms of all your radiators.
Yes. Yes.
Oh. Right. So it does. So it heats water then that still goes round the system.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So and you had all of this installed for £12,000.
Yes. Basically. Right. Yeah.
But most of it was paid for by grant. What's gone wrong?
Well, these 2 convector rads, they're don't get me wrong, they do work very, very, very good. They certainly warm the place up very, very quick. But when the pump shuts down, these keep blowing and blowing and blowing, and eventually blowing cold air out. You have to turn them off manually. So ideally, that's not good.
Well, I don't know. I mean, are these two convector radiators supposed to be things that you put on just for a short boost if you need the property warmer? So you kind of put it on and then you turn it off when the property's up to a reasonable temperature?
No, because they take the rads away from that particular room and put these in. So without them on, then you'd be even colder.
Okay. But they don't switch off automatically?
No. I've never found them to switch off automatically. We've always had to turn them off. I mean, manually, because they blow cold air out. I mean, my argument with the guy was that we heat the place up and the pump shuts down, but these keep blowing. I mean, they'll blow hot air to what's in the pipe. Then they blow cold.
Right. But so what would I be right in thinking then? So a traditional heating system, I mean, let's fast forward to the winter.
Yeah.
So your central heating system, let's say it kicks in, I don't know, 6 o'clock in the evening to keep your house warm in the evening while you're sitting there having your dinner and watching telly.
Yeah.
So it does that. And then when you go to bed, the heating system clicks off because you're all nice and cosy in your bed, so you don't need the heating blaring out. Are you saying that this system you've got, the heating system would turn off when you go to bed, but these special radiators would keep blowing out what would then become cold air in the middle of the night?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, it seems a bit odd.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've been laying in bed, and what's that noise? Oh, it's still blowing. Get out of bed, turn it off, blowing cold air out.
Right. But so is one of them in your bedroom?
Yes.
So you've got one in the bedroom and one in the living room?
Kitchen.
And the kitchen. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean...
So when you've complained to the company that fitted it and said, look, there seems to be a bit of a design flaw in this, what have they said to you about these convector radiators?
He replied that, yeah, but it is only recycled air. I said, no, it may well be recycled air for a little while, but then it's cold air. I said, you know, it's not good enough. I mean, at the end of the day, why would you want to heat your place up and then you wake up with cold air blowing? I said, it's just not right. I said, can you sort it? He said, leave it with me. That was 6 months ago.
Right. Right. So when he said, can you leave it with me, was that because he wanted to try and find a solution to this? Because, I mean, I think I'm right in saying, am I not, that this technology is all still at quite early stages?
It is, Jonathan, yeah.
So you've kind of been a bit of a guinea pig, haven't you, in having it installed?
Yeah. I mean, I spoke to... I have actually got his telephone number, and I spoke to him about 4 weeks ago, and said, "Look, what's happening about these two convectors?" He said, "I've got 4 engineers, and to be honest with you, not one of them would know how to solve this problem, because I don't know how to solve this problem." I said to him, well, can you not go back to the manufacturer? I mean, surely they must know. He didn't reply. And
could it not have a timer fitted to it so you can set it to come on and off at certain times when you know the heating will be on?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Jonathan, with this particular system, you don't turn it off. You just leave it on.
Mm.
It's more economical to leave it on than turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off. There is no programmer to have it come on at 6 or whatever. It just stays on. You just turn the thermostat up and down.
Right.
The room stat.
But doesn't that mean then that it should only be blowing out air that is suitable for that particular time of year? So in the winter, when it's cold outside, won't it always be blowing warm air?
Now, say for an argument's sake, the room stat in the living room is set, say for an argument's sake, at 20, so say 22, 23. When the living room hits 22, 23, the pump shuts down.
Right.
But the other rooms may not, or where these two convectors are, they may not hit that temperature. So they keep blowing.
I see.
I mean, I have spoken to an independent person on this, and he told me the best way out of it is to fit pipe stats. Now, it's the same as, I think, the same as radiator, TRVs or whatever they're called, that are on the normal radiators.
Yeah.
But this is one that goes on the pipe that comes into it.
And do they make one that would work with this?
He didn't reply to me on that.
Right, because I mean, look, I mean, I'm more than happy to go and have a word with the company, but it may well be that this technology that you've had installed in your property, it may well be that it's just not yet at a stage that is 100% perfect for what you want. It's still kind of a bit innovative, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I mean, to be honest with you though, Jonathan, if it's not fit for purpose, then he shouldn't have fitted it.
But I don't know that it's not fit for purpose.
Okay.
Because I don't know until I've had a chance to go and have a word with him. I mean, when I say that, I'm not dismissing your complaint, Jeff.
No, I know that. No.
But let me go and speak to him and just see what his take on this problem is.
Yeah.
Were you advised about this? Did you need to have the convector radiators?
They recommended it.
Right, but I mean, so would a solution be that they take the convector radiators out and put standard ones back in?
I suggested that, and he said no.
Why?
Because when you have this, when you have the grant, you have to go for like an insulation heat thing on the property.
Yeah.
And it come up that I was on borderline. That's the reason why they give more boost with these two radiators.
Oh, I see. Well, yeah, but I mean, if the radiators don't really work properly because of the way they're designed, then it seems to undo that anyway, doesn't it? Look, let me go and have a word. Let me see what he has to say for himself. Let me do a bit of research.
The other thing was, Jonathan, that they did actually phone me about 10 days ago.
Yeah.
And because I'm due now a 6 months insulation check. And I said to the girl, I said, would this also be to finish the works that is ongoing? She turned around and said, I don't know. The person I need to talk to is not at her desk at the moment. I'll get her to phone you back. That was 10 days ago. Heard nothing.
Okay. All right, fine. Leave it with me. Let me make contact with them. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Let me do a little bit of research. If anybody knows anything about this heat pump technology, and if you're able to enlighten me at all in terms of whether there are any solutions for what Jeff's talking about, I'd love to hear from you. Lucy had an old polycarbonate roof on her conservatory. She wanted it to be replaced, so she found a company to do the job.
They sent a survey around, and they said, yep, we can do this, 5,700, and you're paying for instalments as a deposit when the materials arrive, when the roof is erected, and then when the job is finally done. The job was supposed to take 3 days to a week. They arrived on the 19th of October, the subcontractors, and from that point, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And the third-party mediation company said, look, debit card dispute, can't do that. Wait for the company to cease trading, get the insurance back guarantee. Well, I can't do that because I've got water coming in, half plastered, building materials everywhere. Third option, small claims court. spoken to a solicitor who said to me, well, it's a clear breach of contract, isn't it? This has been an absolute disaster. And I'm coming to you because it's a lengthy process and it's an expensive process. So I was just hoping if there might be something that you guys could do.
Well, there might be something that we can do. However, when I found out the various companies that are involved in all of this, it might also be the case that the small claims court is going to be the only way this can be resolved. But let's find out what's happened since Lucy and I last spoke. Lucy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lucy.
Hi.
To cut a long story short, there's a guy that owns a parent company that I've been dealing with regarding another matter. He is significantly cash-strapped at the moment and says his business is in a terrible state. He has sold the franchise, and he says that the company who ultimately are responsible for replacing the roof or repairing it, they are a company that are made up of a group of people that I have dealt with for years now, with a previous company they used to run, and I'll be honest with you, I had disastrous experiences with them. So all in all, I do not feel particularly brimming with hope regarding your conservatory roof. However, things have been going on behind the scenes, and as you know, after our last conversation, I chased up the man who runs the parent company, and I gather shortly after my chasing up of him, you then received some communication. And certainly at that point, the wheels started moving again. I really hope you're going to tell me they've continued moving.
Okay, so we spoke Monday this week. Lo and behold, you're right, that afternoon, you chased them, and that afternoon I got a call from the lady that works in the company. No apologies as to why she hadn't called as promised with an update. She said, okay, I was off all last week, had a personal problem, I couldn't speak to anybody, so I will start on your job this week, essentially. So the box gutter hasn't been ordered, I was assuming from that. And she said, I've spoken to the box cutter company. They will get back to me and let me know as to when they're going to be sending the box gutter out. So I was assuming she'd done it that day. And when a carpenter can come and measure the roof and build the trusses. She said she'd call Wednesday. And I said, well, what if you don't call, is there anyone else you can pass my case on to who could communicate with me about this? Because if you're ever off, and she no, my personal problems are all resolved now. There'll be absolutely no reason why I can't call you. I'm back at work. I will call you Wednesday. And Wednesday came and went. And Thursday, here we are. So I haven't heard anything again. So I think,
and unfortunately, this all follows the usual pattern with this group of people who run this company. It's promises, it's assurances, then complete lack of communication. And this is why I am not hopeful that they are going to resolve this matter for you. It's so frustrating, but I'm not hopeful that they are going to do it. And you know, part of me thinks that this is just wasting more time, that with every passing week that goes on that you haven't started small claims court action, it's just another wasted week, isn't it?
Agreed. I think, I just say they deliberately time waste, but even the director of the company, the last 2 emails that I've sent, he hasn't responded to. So I think what I'm going to do, the first thing I need to do, as advised by the solicitor, is send 2 letters, one saying I'm taking you to court for this amount, and a separate one saying if you want to settle out of court, here's what I'd agree to. And I have to give him 21 days to respond to that. So I think over the next couple of days I will send that out, and then he has 21 days to either pay me back or put a roof up. And if that's not done in 21 days, then...
Do you know what? I wouldn't even wait for another couple of days. I'd get it sent today, and I would send a copy to the lady that you've been dealing with, who contacted you and promised you a call back, and say, I haven't heard from you. Therefore, reluctantly, you give me no choice but to begin this process. And see if any of that makes any difference. But as I say, I mean, and all I will say regarding this company is watch this space, because there are other things that are going on. Watch this space. But I am not hopeful that they will resolve this based on my previous experience.
Watch this space regarding the director's company?
I'm not going into any more detail whatsoever at this stage. All I'm saying to you is watch this space.
Okay.
So
all right, will do.
If I were in your position, I would get that letter, get moving now, start the clock ticking now, because this has gone on long enough.
Yeah,
and it needs to be resolved one way or the other. But I think, unfortunately, you are yet another person who, with this particular company, is now caught in a trap where this company, they make the promises, bit of communication, oh yeah, we'll get everything sorted, I'll phone you Wednesday, and then nothing. And that will go on for a week or so, and then suddenly, oh yeah, I'm really sorry about that, I had a problem, but I'm going to get it sorted again. Let me make a couple of phone calls, and I'll call you back by the end of today. The end of today comes, nothing. That's how the process works with this company.
Yeah, we experienced so much of that in the beginning as well.
Yeah, and I'm afraid I don't have much hope that they're going to sort it. So I think send them that letter now, get the start the clock, and let the lady know that's what's now going to happen. If they want to stop the clock, then they can just get the roof fixed, but otherwise you're going to see them in court.
Yeah, at least in the eyes of the law, I have given them numerous occasions to...
You have, and if it does go to court, you'll be able to demonstrate numerous ways that you have been perfectly reasonable and given them every opportunity to sort the problem. Okay?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
and regarding the company, watch this space, as I say, but I'm not going to go into too much more detail at this moment.
Okay.
Lucy, we'll talk very soon.
Hiya.
Hello, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Hi, okay. So in March 2021, I went to a town centre and I parked in a car park where I always basically parked whenever I went there. And I normally paid for an app on my phone. I paid, I want to say, £1 an hour usually. And it always worked for me without a problem until that time in March when I tried to open the app and a message popped up on my phone saying there's an error, something went wrong. So I closed the app and I tried to open it again and same thing happened. Now, I wasn't sure what to do. I thought maybe it was a problem with my phone or something, but I tried and everything else was working okay. So I thought, okay, I'll just quickly do what I need to do. Went into one shop.
Oh, well, hang on. So hang on. At that moment, when the app wouldn't work, you just thought, well, I'll leave my car here anyway and go and do my shopping.
Well, I thought, because apps can be like this, so it said kind of try, you know how it says try again soon. So I thought I'll just keep trying. I'll give it 2 or 3 minutes and I'll keep trying.
So what did it say on the signs for the car park in terms of the various, because I mean the app would have been one way of making a payment, but there must have been other ways of making a payment as well.
Yeah, so after the fact, I had found out that there was a phone that you could call and make the payment like that. But because I have to plan where I park, I get really stressed out about parking. I actually hadn't thought about this at the time. So I always knew that the app was working, and that's what I kind of based my, I was hoping that it's going to work again this time. There wasn't a machine that works.
I just need to try and understand what happened. So when the app didn't work, did you then phone this number and make a payment for the parking over the phone instead?
No, I haven't, because at the time I hadn't realised that was an option.
Right. So did you not? You didn't read the sign?
I read the sign, but the app, I want to say, was at the top of the sign, or that was just what I used to. So I hadn't read the whole sign, and I hadn't noticed the number to call.
So you did. When the app didn't work, you went over and you read the sign, but you only read the section of the sign that said you can use an app to pay.
No, sorry. I hadn't read the sign at the time. The first time I came into that parking, I read the sign, and I found out about the app. And because the app was working, I went there multiple times, and the app was always working, and I just assumed it would work. I hadn't read the sign on the day of this incident.
Oh, right. So you just kind of, when the app didn't work, you didn't go and read the sign as to how else you could pay. You just thought, oh, well, I'll leave my car here anyway and go and do my shopping.
Well, I was hoping the app would work, but yeah, essentially.
Okay, fine. So I presume it wasn't okay. I presume you've been fined.
Yes, I have been fined. But once so normally, I think from what I remembered, there was 10 minutes to make a payment. So I was hoping that within those 10 minutes it would work. So then I think from the exact times that I later got on the fine, I was there for a total of 15 minutes. And when the app wasn't working, I left the car park without finishing whatever else I wanted to do, because I thought this is a problem.
Right. Okay. So you were there for 15 minutes.
Yep.
And you hadn't paid for the parking.
I haven't paid.
And then you got a fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I tried to appeal it on the basis of the fact that the app wasn't working.
Yeah.
And then after some further comments from the company, I also I also added about only being there for 15 minutes, and just to consider maybe that the time for payment was 10 minutes, and I was only 5 minutes over that. However, that wasn't considered in the appeal. So the original fine was, I want to say, £60, and then if I decided to not pay it within 28 days, or if I decided to appeal it, then it would go up to £100.
Mm-hmm. So am I presuming then, based on the level of that fine, I presume this was from a private parking company, was it?
It is, yes.
Rather than a local authority?
Yes, it is from a private parking company.
Okay.
So then my appeal was refused, and I also had in the message that they wouldn't consider the timing of the incident because I added in too late in the appeal. So I hadn't originally stated that I was only there for 15 minutes, so that couldn't be considered. And I didn't have an option so this appeal was final, so I didn't have an option for another appeal. And so I got the refusal.
So at that point, did you then pay the fine?
I haven't, no.
Oh, right. So the appeal was rejected, and they said there is now no more grounds for you to appeal, but you haven't paid the fine.
Yeah, that's right.
Why?
Because I just thought, it's really unfair. I thought that's not how, I don't know, I just thought that's not how it should work, I did try to pay. I did only, I didn't decide to do, I wanted to stay there for a few hours. I decided, I'm definitely not going to do this. Once I got the fine, I thought I might as well have stayed and just did my business anyway.
Yeah.
I just thought it's not fair. So no, I haven't. So I only got an email from the independent company that was considering the appeal.
Yeah.
And after that, I didn't have any communication from the original company who gave me a fine. So I was kind of waiting to see what they say now. In retrospect, yes, I should have probably paid at the time. Though still, I don't think I should be paying at all for this fine. But yeah, and then on
look, I mean, let me just jump in and give you my kind of feelings on this.
Yes, please.
And firstly, I mean, I completely accept the fact the app wasn't working is very annoying, because if that's one of the methods of payment that you use and it's nice and easy, it's very annoying that the app wasn't working.
Yeah.
However, if there were signs in the car park that outlined the various different ways that you could pay for the courtesy of using someone else's land to leave your car on.
Yeah.
And if you didn't, on that particular day, take the time to go and read the sign to see if you could pay by cash or whether you could pay by text message or some other way.
Well, I did run up to the machine to check if the machine was working, and the machine wasn't working. So I checked that, if that is anything.
So the machine wasn't working either. Did you take a photograph showing the machine wasn't working?
No, so the machine, it wasn't broken. It just, I could find out exactly what it says. I haven't got a picture, but it's just not a way to pay for that, because to me, in general, cash or like a machine to pay is the easiest way in general. The app was just something that I used instead, because that particular car park, you couldn't pay on the machine.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, the simple fact is, you haven't paid for your parking and you've left your car there for 15 minutes, which means the private parking company is within its rights. I'm presuming, I mean, I haven't seen the signage that's up there, but I'm going to assume they've done their job properly, and I don't have any reason to believe they wouldn't, in terms of outlining the terms and conditions for using their car park to park your car in. You've left your car in their car park for 15 minutes without paying for it, and they would therefore, I would imagine, be entitled to come after you for the fine.
Okay.
However, I completely understand the frustration of it because the app wasn't working, and I think it was worth a go at appealing it to see if it would work.
Yeah.
But
the worst thing actually starts now, like closer to now. So all of this, like whilst I'm really not happy with it, I do think that it is that it isn't fair. Like, they could easily make a business out of this. Like, I mean, I'm not suggesting they would do this, but having the app not available when a lot of people use it as a payment option, having the app broken would actually probably make them more profit than just taking the money for the car park.
Listen, private parking companies are notoriously ruthless when it comes to they don't really care about the various problems. In my experience, parking companies, they only make money by catching people who they can justify fining. They're not charitable, and in fact we have a very low success rate with private parking companies because an awful lot of them don't even bother to respond to us because why do they care? If I name them on the radio, they're not really that bothered because, to be honest, they don't care about their reputations. It's not as if they need people to think favourably of them. They're private parking companies. Yeah. So what does the fine stand at the moment?
Well, so I got a letter that is dated for the 2nd of September, but I only got the letter on the 7th of September, saying the fine is now £140. And it has to be paid within 14 days or it's going to go up to 170.
Yeah, I mean, just to explain to you, if this is a private parking company, it's not really a fine. Okay. It's an invoice that they are sending you. And the only thing the private parking company would be able to do in terms of enforcing it would be to take county court action against you, small claims court action against you. Mm-hmm. Now, my worry, and I'm trying to, I want to give you the best advice possible. My concern is that if they do decide to take it to court, I'm just not sure that a judge would necessarily side with you, because if the judge asks the questions that I've asked you, did you go and read the sign? Did you find another way of paying for the parking? At which point you say, no, I didn't on that day. I just thought, to be honest, I'd chance my arm and see if I could just get away with it for 15 minutes.
See, I know that, obviously I understand that that's what it might sound like to you, but I'm the kind of person, I never go anywhere without having checked out the parking, without done my research, without knowing that I have something to rely on to pay for it, because I'm quite young. I'm a good driver, but I have to have something researched and ready. This is why I've always parked there. There was maybe a better car park, maybe a cheaper one, but because I knew that car park, I trusted it. That's why I had.
Yeah, okay, but you didn't go and read the sign on the day. So, if you'd read the sign on the day, you would have seen that there was an alternative way of paying for the parking.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm being blunt with you because a judge would ask you these kinds of questions, and what I don't want is for you to leave this to get a bigger and bigger invoice, and for them to then take you to court once it's really worth their while to do so, because they're going to potentially stand to get loads of money out of you, and for you to then lose, and what could have been 60 quid ends up costing you hundreds. I mean, that would be awful. Just stay there, because I'm getting lots of people who want to have their say on this. Let me bring Eddie in. Eddie in Milton Keynes. Hello, Eddie.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi. What are your thoughts on Susanna's parking fine?
Well, by law, you're allowed 10 minutes when you go into a car park to read, understand and agree to the parking conditions.
Yes. Susanna was in there for 15.
Yeah. 5 minutes was trying to get the app to work. It's not her fault the app didn't work. Personally, I would wait them to take them to court. They will bombard her with letters for about next 6 months, 7 months. The only letter to reply to is a letter before claim.
Yeah, but this is all. But with the greatest. But Eddie, with the greatest of respect, this is all well and good for you to advise Susanna. It's not your money that we'll have to pay if the company does call her bluff and take.
I would put in a counterclaim for harassment.
But you say she won't. You say she will. Hang on a second. You say she won't lose. By your own admission,
she won't lose if she was there 15 minutes. It's not her fault the app wasn't working.
How do you know that? Because the grace period is 10 minutes.
Yes.
She was there for 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's if everything is 100% correct. But everything wasn't 100% correct. It wasn't the girl's fault that the app wasn't working.
I mean, you listen.
It's the company's fault.
Yeah. Okay. Look, you may be right. You may be
I am
right.
There's no doubt about it.
No, with the greatest of respect, Eddie, you don't know that you're right.
99.989% I'm confident that if they took her to court, she would win.
Right. And if she doesn't win, are you going to pay her fine, Eddie?
I will.
Hang on.
If she takes her to court, she gets taken to court and loses, I will pay whatever the court costs are and the fine.
You'll pay the whole lot?
Won't lose. I am 100% confident she will win, and she will win a claim for harassment as well.
Right. So hang on. Let me get this clear. So you're saying, Eddie, that you are going to take on the financial risk for Susanna, and
100%.
And you will, if they take her to court, you'll pay everything.
I will pay everything. That is my word.
Well,
I am 100% confident they won't even bother to take her to court.
Right.
Once they see a claim for harassment, they will back down themselves.
Okay, Eddie, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll take all of your details, just in case Susanna does want to take you up on that. That's quite an offer. This person texts with a number ending 582 to say the amount charged is disproportionate for 5 minutes overstay. Sarah in Wolverton says, if Susanna walked into a shop and their till wasn't working, would she expect to be able to pick things up and leave without paying? Richard in Bedford. Hello, Richard. Oh, hang on. Where's Richard? Richard's not there. That's a shame. Never mind. Maybe he heard Eddie's offer and decided that he was no longer necessary. Well, I mean, look, it is a risk. What are you going to do, Susanna? Eddie says he'll pay whatever it costs you. Now, I don't know Eddie, so you've only got his word on the radio for it, but he says he doesn't reckon they'll come after you. They'll let it go eventually. And he says that even if they do come after you, he says that he'll pay it.
Well, I don't know if this is anything, if this would change much, but I do have a screenshot of the error message that has the kind of timestamp from the day as well to, have my proof of the app, because I just in case I was worried that in case something happens, I need to be able to show that this is what happened. So I do have a screenshot of that. I'm really not sure what to do. I've got another week or so to decide once. I'm worried I haven't got even the £140 even if I wanted to pay at the minute, so I'm going to have to try and see if I can. So I'm a student, I don't get paid my student finance until the end of the month.
Right. Okay. So stay there. Richard is on the line now. Hello, Richard.
Okay, sorry.
Hello, Dave, yes. Because my main thing was ringing in is, does the invoice contain the word fine?
Does the invoice contain the word fine, Susanna?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I have a scan that I can check quickly.
Why is that relevant to you, Richard?
Well, no private company can fine you. Only a court can fine you.
No, we've already addressed that. So do you think that she should pay or not?
Well, quite frankly, yeah, because it's going to drag on for a long time. And she's going to worry about this for months and months and months.
Yeah, but Eddie's just said that he'll pay whatever it costs her.
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, how secure is that? Well, God forbid, but if he pegs it, is he still covered?
If Eddie croaks it before it's gone to court, you might never get your money, Susanna. Thank you, Richard. Richard in Winslow. Hello, Richard.
Yeah, good morning. Hi, JVS.
Hello.
Listen, I'd like to bung in 30 quid to Eddie's fund to help this young lady.
Right.
And I hope many more people feel the same, because it's about time these private parking companies were giving a bit of a slapping.
Right. So you kind of feel as if this is something to stand... But ultimately, I mean, just to play devil's advocate, Richard, so how would you feel if Susanna came and parked her car on your drive for 15 minutes?
I'd invite her in for a cup of tea.
No, you wouldn't. You'd be annoyed. And isn't that the argument from the private
drive?
The private parking company would say, hang on a minute, we ask for you to pay. In return for paying, you get to leave your car on our land. Susanna didn't pay.
I understand that, but there should be a little bit of leeway. It's all very well 10 minutes to get out of your car, especially some disabled old twerp with a dodgy leg like me. It's going to take possibly a bit longer. It's one of the reasons I never park in those private areas. But I think they're being unreasonable. They're just trying to get blood out of people, as they always do. And I hope she does end up, winning this and not paying.
Yeah, but you see, the problem is... And I have to be honest, it's all well and good for people to make these kinds of comments. And I'm not for a minute suggesting you're not prepared to pay the £30 you've offered on air. I'm not for a minute suggesting when push comes to shove, if ultimately Susanna loses and Eddie faces a bill for £1,000, I'm not suggesting that he's going to run away and shirk that responsibility when he's agreed to it. But parking companies, they don't really care about leeway and doing people favours. They look at contractual obligations, and they are becoming very skilled at pursuing people through the small claims court in order to find ways of extracting money through the breach of terms and conditions. And that ultimately is what this will come down to.
Well, I understand all of that, but it's about time that a high-profile case was given massive national coverage, and these people were brought into line to reasonable practice. I know it's their land and you don't have to park there, but I couldn't do certain things on my land, like build a 10-storey block of flats, because it's against the law. These people should be brought to book and regulated far more than they are, so they cannot pursue people that make little mistakes.
Right. Okay. All right, Richard, thank you. Susanna, I mean... I'm not sure whether this conversation has made it easier or more difficult for you to come up with a decision, really, because my advice to you would have been that this all sounds as if it's going to be very stressful. It's going to go on. They're going to ramp up more and more letters. It's going to become more and more hassle. And there is a chance, based on what you've told me, they may take that risk and take you to the small claims court, working on the basis that they've got you by the short and curlies, that you stayed for 5 minutes longer than you were legally allowed to stay on their land. You didn't pay for it, and therefore they're within their rights to come after you for this invoice. There is a chance that would happen. And you know, my feeling was that life is quite short, and to be worrying and having this hanging over your head, if it were me, I would pay it. In these circumstances.
All right, can I just ask you another question? Just because I'm not sure how it works, but are they allowed to say to me that now it's £140, in 2 weeks it's 170? Like, is there no rule for them to can they just quote
there
me?
There will be rules that they will have to stick to, and their justification largely will be that it's all ramping up with administrative costs and costs that they are incurring as a company in terms of pursuing it. So it is a risk. But hey, Eddie says he'll pay whatever it costs you anyway. So, you know, it's... I mean, I don't know Eddie. He just called into the programme to offer that. So it's really down to you what you want to do. We can hang on to Eddie's details. In fact, we can pass Eddie's details on to you if you want, if he's happy for us to do so, which apparently he is. So, you know... What are you going to do? I
really don't know. If anything, as we started as we started talking, like from listening to you, you know, I was hearing, yeah, you should pay it.
Mike in Bicester says, morning, JVS, I'll chip in 30 quid. My listeners, they're all prepared to throw money at this. I tell you what, have a think about it over the weekend. Let's talk on Monday and see what you've decided to do.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll talk next week. Thank you very much. Maria came to me. She was telling me she ordered a new back door. It was quite expensive, this new back door. It's going to cost her £2,500. She paid a deposit of £575. Now, that was back in September of last year, a year ago. Well, its delivery was delayed. And when it finally did arrive in mid-October last year, well, everything was wrong with it.
The window didn't fit properly. The infill that should have clipped the door and the window together was too small, but they managed to clip it together by leaving gaps on each side. And then, oh, God, we found that it was cream inside and out, but I said, that's okay, I can live with that. But when it came to the door panel, it was white inside and outside and the wrong design.
Well, Maria was very unhappy about all of this, contacted the company, the manager came out, he said, oh, we can get things sorted, we'll get it all kind of changed over for you in December. But Maria said, well, no, hang on a minute, the weather's going to be terrible. He said, no, don't worry about that, it'll be fine. Well, they turned up, the weather was terrible. She said the rain was all coming in through the gap in her door, replaced the door, but she's still got problems with the replacement. It's just a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. When she came to me, I promised her that I'd go off and have a word with this company, which I have done. And it's been so frustrating. This has just taken an absolute age. And I really did lose my temper last time we spoke, because I've just had enough of this company making assurances. It would appear they were going to charge an awful lot of money for what was a UPVC backdoor anyway, and they just weren't getting it sorted. What's the latest? Let's find out, because Maria's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maria.
Hello, Jonathan.
Oh, Maria, I hope you're going to make me a happy man today, because I gather after our last conversation and after my last ranting and raving on the programme, things have started to happen. What's going on?
Well, I had a message just before you went on holiday, after you spoke to them, to say that they were going to fix a date when the door was delivered.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, then I got a call to say, a text message to say, we're thinking of a fitting date, the 7th or the 8th of, Monday or Tuesday of this week. So on Monday, as I hadn't heard when they were coming, I got in touch with the manager, and it took quite a few hours before it got back to me to say that they were coming on the 7th, Tuesday the 7th, and they were going to fit it. So I said, what time can I expect them? They said between 9:30 and 10:30. I said, okay, fine. Tuesday morning, 10:30 came and went, and I got a call from the manager to say that they'd broken down, the fitter that was coming had broken down on the M24, and it would be before the afternoon before they would come. It got to 10 to 2. I rang him up again, and he said, I was just going to pick up the phone to ring you that he's just loaded up, he's on his way. I said, okay, that'll be within the hour. So he said yes. So the gentleman got here at 10 to 3, lovely gentleman, full of manners. So he said, I hear we've got to check it all out. I said, okay. So we checked it. Yeah, there's a few bits here and there, but they'll be covered over by the, the trim.
The trim, yeah.
But when it came to the trim, the trim was white and everything else is cream. Mm-hmm. So he said, right, I'll ring them up and I'll tell them that I'll go to a local store, and if they can supply the right shade, I'll get it.
Mm-hmm.
He left the house here about 4:45. He was back at 15:15. He said, yes, they would have had it, but they shut, because they shut at 4. So I said, well, can you come tomorrow? He said, no, I can't. The earliest I'm free is Monday or Tuesday of next week. In the meantime, he left the goods here. I wasn't happy about, because where they are not safe. I can't go into more detail.
No.
And so I got in touch with the manager. I said, can you please make arrangements to come and pick it up, because I don't want to be responsible if
So
it
he
goes
hadn't.
missing.
So he hadn't actually started to. He hadn't replaced the door.
No.
He just kind of left
Because
it
we
all
were
there at
checking
your
the
house.
stuff. Yeah. The new door, the new window, and all the bits and pieces that go with it.
Right.
But they're not in a safe environment.
Right. So I mean, here we are, Friday the 10th. Are you telling me the door still hasn't been put in?
No, and if I'm lucky, it'll be Tuesday next week, but it's not been confirmed. I'm absolutely the end of my tether. My voice went completely the other day, really rough, because when I get emotional, my throat seizes up. As I'm speaking to you, I'm not speaking properly because my voice does close up. And I sent 2-3 messages to the manager, hasn't got back to me. So I got in touch with the gentleman that came, that was very nice. And he said, leave it with me, I'll speak with him. And if it's allotted to me, and I'll come there Tuesday morning, 9 o'clock. But it's not been confirmed, so I have no idea.
I mean, this is ridiculous. The company concerned that we are talking about is a company called DG Solutions, and their head office address is Hainault Business Park in Essex. DG Solutions at Hainault Business Park in Essex. And I just can't believe that they still haven't sorted this. I mean, it's just the most incredibly awful way of handling a customer complaint from start to finish. The whole thing is just a complete and utter mess. And I just can't believe that when they came out on Tuesday to come and fit this door, they know that this story is being covered, that your horrible situation you find yourself in is being covered on the radio. They know it. They know they've been identified. Wouldn't you think, if you were the manager of DG Solutions of Hainault Business Park in Essex, wouldn't you kind of say to one of your top fitters, right, before you go out to the customer's house, I want you to check everything. Check you've got everything, because we need to get in there, we need to get that door fitted, and we need to make the customer happy at long last. This has gone on too long. Wouldn't you take that opportunity for you to have been able to come back on the radio today and to say to me, oh, it's fantastic, Jonathan, they sorted it out, they were brilliant, it looks lovely, I'm happy. Instead, they come out yet again with bits that aren't right, they then try and fix it, can't fix it, and then just leave you with all this stuff in your house.
Well, it's not actually in my house. It's in somewhere that is not safe as far as I'm concerned. I can't go into further detail.
No, that's fine. But it's still, they didn't take it with them. They've left it with you.
No, because it came all packaged up and he didn't have the package to take it back and he didn't want to damage it.
Well, it's just, I mean, it's absolutely crackers. Have you inspected all that door and everything?
I've had a look. As I said, there is a few little dents, but they're on the side, which will be covered by the trim. That's no problem. Now it's and the fitter that came, he was that good that he took one look at my back door that wouldn't open and close. He said, "I'll have that fixed in a few minutes." And do you know what it was? It was where that pane of glass, the fancy glass, had been put in crooked that I told you about. Took him 2 minutes, took it off, packed it out. Now my back door opens and shuts. It's no good, but, it does open and shut.
Right. Well, I tell you what I will do. I will send them yet another email and ask them what on earth is going on now. Can they please confirm that this guy that you liked that came out this week, albeit without all the right stuff, can they please confirm that he's the one that's coming on Tuesday and that this door is finally going to be fitted for you properly on Tuesday? Because this is just absolutely ridiculous.
And the door works.
Well, absolutely. I mean, listen, I mean, the one thing to bear in mind is at least the company haven't taken the full amount of money from you. Which makes it even stranger that they still haven't pulled their finger out to get it sorted, because they're due about £2,000 from you when they finally got this door fitted properly.
Yeah.
So I just can't understand why, even if you take out of the equation my programme and my coverage of this complaint, from a business perspective, you'd like to think that they would hurry up and do it so they get their £2,000. But even that doesn't seem to be enough of an incentive for them to come and do this door properly for you. No. It's ridiculous. Leave it with me. I will drop them an email now, and I will catch up with you again next week. And I really hope DG Solutions of Hainault Business Park in Essex, please finally take the opportunity to get this sorted for your customer. This is just absolutely ridiculous. Okay, Maria, let's leave it there. We'll talk very soon. I'll pass you back to the team now. Okay, all right. Hang on there, please. Jane was visiting her grown-up children and booked a hotel room as neither of her daughters have a spare room and she didn't fancy sleeping on a sofa. So after leaving her daughters, she turned up at the hotel that she'd booked at 9:30 at night, knocked at the door, and there was no answer.
There weren't lights on downstairs, but there were lights on upstairs. So I knocked again a little bit harder. I thought, well, what am I going to do? So I sat in the car. I might hoot my horn. So I hooted my horn really loudly. So loudly, actually, that one of the guests came to the window and said, "Is that you hooting your horn?" The guest whom I disturbed was very kind. She went and had a look downstairs to see if she could find anybody, but she couldn't. I thought I'd get in contact with the agency that I'd booked through. Came back to me and said, "Could you wait 30 minutes because they're going to be out to you in 30 minutes. Nobody turned up. So I thought, well, I'll give this agency a ring again. Then I thought, it's really late. I could be on the phone for another 20 minutes waiting for them, and this is going to be way past midnight. So I'd already had conversations with my daughters, and they said I could go and sleep on the sofa, which is what I wanted to avoid doing. I rang the agency when I got there. She said she'd cancel the booking for me. I thought that was very kind. I wouldn't mind having the £55 back that I paid for the hotel.
Well, of course Jane should have the £55 back for the hotel. Shouldn't even be in question. If the hotel wasn't open for her to be able to check in, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. So I went off to have a word. I had a word initially with the company that Jane had booked this hotel through. And to be fair to them, their response has been very positive, very favourable. Jane's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jane.
Hello, JVS.
Hello, Jane. That company concerned is Booking.com. Following our last conversation, Booking.com have actually provided the programme with a response. They say, as our primary aim is to enable smooth and enjoyable travel experiences for our customers, in the very rare instance where a partner is unable to accommodate a guest, we seek to rectify that immediately. In this case, we have reached out to the customer to offer our apologies, a full refund, and also a gesture of goodwill. We will also work with this partner to ensure all future guests have a good experience. In other words, they've spoken to the hotel to say, can we make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again?
Yes, I understand that. Booking.com have been really good, actually. Really
now,
good.
They've offered you not only your money back, but they also offered you an additional amount as well, did they not?
Yes, they did. It was a very generous amount, actually.
Okay. Another £100, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Now, I did say to you that just as a word of warning, I quickly did a little look at the hotel that you had booked. And certainly when you start looking at some of the reviews from this hotel, the reviews do not look very positive. If you go on to TripAdvisor, they only have 2 out of 5 as their score. And the vast majority of people who have felt the need to review this particular hotel have described it as terrible. Out of all the people that have reviewed it, 162 people describe it as a terrible place to stay. Which is just a word of warning for anyone listening to the programme. If ever you're going to book accommodation in particular, I mean, restaurants as well and all that kind of... If you don't know the restaurant, if you don't know the hotel, it's always worth doing a little bit of homework to start with, because you may well come across things that will inform you as to whether you're making a good decision or not. Now, you hadn't actually looked this hotel up, had you?
No, I hadn't looked the hotel up. I was doing it very rush, very last minute. It was the cheapest that I could find, that was nearest to where I was visiting.
Yeah. Now, I did say to you after our last conversation, well, I am concerned by this story, and I'm concerned that we don't seem to have had any kind of explanation from the hotel themselves as to why on the night that you turned up, they seemed to be shut.
Yeah, it seems very strange, doesn't it?
It does seem strange. So, having looked at all these various TripAdvisor reviews that were describing it, I mean, just to read a couple from the front page, it says, avoid at all costs, not impressed at all, avoid if you can, beware, charged for room after cancelling 30 minutes after booking, you know, all these. Now, I don't have any grounds whatsoever to say that those reviews are accurate or not. But certainly when you look at TripAdvisor, there is a bit of a pattern. So I was very intrigued to go and have a word with whoever runs this hotel and put all of this to them and say, look, why would anybody want to book with you when it would appear you have a lot of unhappy customers? And I've spoken to Jane and she says you were closed on the night she had booked to come and stay with you. Well, certainly there was no one to open the front door anyway. So I phoned the number and this chap answered the phone. And I said, hello, can I speak to the manager, please? He said, well, that's me. And I explained that I was calling from the BBC. And I said, I'm investigating a complaint from Jane. And I started to talk about what it was. He exploded on the phone.
Oh, my goodness.
He exploded. I left this woman 3 messages on her answer phone.
No, he did not.
If she doesn't listen to her answer phone, I've not got time to deal with this. And with that, he slammed the phone down.
He did not leave me any messages on my answer phone. None whatsoever.
Well, he shouted down the phone that he'd left 3 messages on the answer phone. But I couldn't really get any more information from him than that because he then slammed the phone down, saying he was far too busy to deal with things like this.
Oh, great.
So the hotel that you had decided to stay at was the Checkers Inn in Forest Row.
Yes,
now,
that's right.
it's a kind of pub that has accommodation above it.
Yes.
I can't say whether or not this particular pub/hotel, the Checkers Inn Hotel in Forest Row, I can't say whether or not I would want to stay there or not. All I can report is that I've tried to put the complaint to the manager and instead he just shouted at me and said that he hadn't got time to talk to me and put the phone down. And certainly if you look at the reviews, there are a lot of very unhappy people.
I wonder what his messages were that he's purported to have left on my phone.
Well, I didn't get an opportunity to talk to him because he put the phone down on me. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you do decide to book the Checkers Inn in Forest Row, just be aware of the experience that Jane has had. However, regarding Booking.com, I'm absolutely delighted with what they have done. We will give them the full... Have you received the money yet?
I have.
Good.
Yes, I have.
Hello, John.
Yeah, good afternoon, JVS.
Good afternoon. I gather you have a consumer problem. Something to do with the tent strap. I don't even know what that is, but I'm sure you'll enlighten me. Tell me what's going on and let's see what we can do without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, it's actually the strap for the tent, the bag of the tent, actually. So the background really is that last November we purchased a family tent. My wife had done extensive research on, what might be best for the family and convenient to put up and all the rest of it. Finally arrived at choosing the tent and purchased that for £750.
Oh, how much?
£750.
£750 for a tent?
Yeah, I mean, the recommended retail price is about £1,100 on this particular one. But
I've got members of my team mouthing that's not that expensive.
Yeah, that's probably mid-range, I'd say.
Oh, my word. For a tent?
Yeah.
Oh, God, well, rather you than me. 750 quid then for this tent. I mean, I presume for 750 quid, this is a tent that has individual bedroom compartments, a luxury kitchen area, and an outside loo area.
It's got certain elements of that. It's certainly got it's got like a six-man tent
Right.
with 3 compartments to it.
With 3. So with 3 bedrooms, a 3-bedroom luxury tent.
Absolutely, luxury is the important part. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So what's the problem?
Yeah. So what it is, after buying the tent, first thing you would typically do is put it up in the garden if you've got room to do that, just to check you know how to put it up and that everything's in the right place and all the bits are there. So I did that, no problems. And that was the end of November, I think I purchased it. So put the tent away, and it's quite a job getting it back in its bag. If you bought stuff like this before, you'll know that the bag barely fits the item once you go to put it back in. So it's quite a struggle, and it weighs about 37 kilos, this thing, when it's packed up. So it's quite a beast once you get it into the bag. But anyway, that went in the bag eventually. Didn't think too much more of it. And we had various camping trips organised, and some have been postponed through COVID, as you probably know. And we went camping finally with this tent on 15th of August, 2021. That was great. Loved the tent. Really good. Really enjoyed it. Come to put the thing away again, rolled it up, started forcing it into this bag, because you have to do that. You've got no choice, Went in the bag okay, but then the bag sort of rolled away from me. Like I say, it's 37 kilos, this thing. And I sort of reached for the strap of the bag as it rolled away, and then the strap sort of tore in my hand. At which point I'm thinking, oh, whoops, there's my £750 tent, and its bag sort of failed on the first use, and couldn't quite understand it, and looked at the tear and thought, okay, perhaps it's not designed for that kind of pull on it, really. But when you think about a bag that's going to take 37 kilos, you're going to hope it's going to take a bit of wear and tear like that. So I thought, well, listen, I'll get in touch with the company and find out what the escalation process is for maybe getting a repaired bag or getting a replacement. Contacted them. I'll say first, the call handlers have been very good and responsive in the first instance. But what they said to me, said, okay, let's take your details. And I said, look, I can get your photo as well, if that helps. And they said, oh, great, yeah, get a photo. And then while I was taking the photo, I had a closer look at one of the photos of the tear, and I actually noticed that the strap was actually previously repaired.
How do you know it was previously repaired?
Well, if you look at both of the handles, you've got one side of the torn side, and there's a little patch, the same material as the bag, quite small, under the strap where it's stitched in. And comparing it to the other side, it's completely intact. There's no patch. It's completely clean, cleanly sewn strap.
Okay.
So at that point, my view suddenly changed. I thought, hold on a second. I'm a listener to your show, so I know, generally the process you advise, getting something inspected and then sent back for, repair and what have you. But all of a sudden I thought to myself, hold on, this isn't my fault anymore. They've sold me a repaired item. And my position changed. I thought to myself, well, look, surely it must be incumbent on them to get me a replacement, under their sort of steam, for want of a better phrase. So I put this to their customer care. I proposed this to them. I said, look, all of a sudden I've noticed you've sold me a repaired item. I'd like you to send me a replacement. And they held their position over several emails saying, no, you must return the item. You can return it to a store if you want, take it there for inspection. If we agree that it's failed, we'll replace it, all the rest of it. Now, there's lots of issues with it.
I'm just looking at the photos. You've sent over a couple of photos. I'm struggling to see. Can you just describe... I'm struggling to see where it's been repaired.
Are you looking at the tear in the strap?
I've got two photos. I've got one photo that shows the strap, and it shows that the fabric at the left-hand side of the strap has ripped. And then I've got another photo showing a strap with no rip on the fabric, but I can't see where the repair has been carried out on the first photo.
Okay, if you look closely at the stitching, you've got stitching that looks like a cross at the top of that picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, and underneath that, there's a small bit of blue material. It's just sticking out.
Right.
It's the same colour as the bag. Can you see it? It's exactly the same material, but it's overlaid.
I see.
On the original bag.
So is that on the inside of the bag then? This patch.
That patch is. It looks to me like they've taken a patch, put it underneath the strap, and then sewed the whole lot back onto the bag. And then if you refer to the strap picture of the good side, you won't see that little patch at all.
Okay. So what have they offered to do, if anything, for you?
Well, they're still holding their position. Well, my last call was a call back from a supervisor because I escalated it through them. And they called me back and said, okay, look, one option is to get it sent to this company they referred me to for repair, get a quote on the repair.
At their cost?
Yes, they did say that if the cost was appropriate, I think, for them. They still weren't admitting any liability with this at this point. They would, wanting to do.
But you, I presume, want a new bag.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm more than happy to go and have a word with them if you would like, and to ask them why, if you're right in what you say, that this bag is a previously repaired bag, so therefore it's not actually a brand new bag. You've been given another customer's bag that has already had a repair carried out on it. That's unacceptable. You purchased a brand new item. You didn't purchase a second-hand item, and therefore they should provide you with a brand new bag.
Yeah, I'm glad you say that. That's the way I felt about it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And unless it was made clear at the point of sale that this was a pre-used item, then you are entitled to expect that it will be new.
Yeah, there was no mention of that at all. I purchased it as new off the website.
Well, would you like me to go and contact them for you and ask them to replace it with a new bag?
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, I have asked that. It's worth saying, Jonathan, that the last conversation I had with them was to take it to one of the stores, and they would replace it. If they agreed it was faulty, they'd replace it at store for me.
Oh, okay.
But here's a but. I said, okay, well, I need to go away and think about that because, still they're expecting me to do all the legwork here, and I purchased this in good faith, and I'm still pretty put out that I'm having to do anything at all. I actually want this thing delivered to me. I don't want to be doing any legwork at all, if I'm honest.
Well, how far's the shop?
One of the shops is probably 20-minute drive.
Oh, no, I mean, to be honest, if they're prepared to do that, I think just... I understand your point, but I think you're kind of you're dancing on a pinhead. To be honest, you might as well just go and get the new bag and move on with your life, because otherwise you could end up arguing over the method of delivery for this new bag for some time. I mean, surely if they're prepared in the store to have a look at it and say, yeah, okay, we recognise this is not a brand new bag. Here's a brand new one. You take it away. Job done. Situation solved. You can move on with your life.
Yeah, there's another but coming, Jonathan. It's out of stock, this item. It's a very popular item, and I've checked their stock online, checked their stock in store. No stock at all.
Right. Well, then their solution is not going to work.
No, absolutely. And the problem is, with the callback I had last week, I left the call saying, right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and call that store. I'm going to check the stock, and I was prepared to go down and swap it out. Begrudgingly, but once I realised there was no stock, I then called them back, and the woman had actually said to me, "Look, call me back, ask for my name, because you only get the front of house sort of service support people." She said, "Ask for my name, I will call you back." And that call never came back.
Okay, let me go and have a word with them. I'll pass you back to the team, John. We'll get some detail and I'll go and have a word with them. Muriel purchased a new washing machine on the 26th of June this year. She told me she'd only used it 4 times, but it clearly wasn't working properly at all.
I'd done 4 washes. 2 were fine. Then last week, put my dresses in. It washed about 6 times. It wouldn't stop. Then when I did finally get them out, they were absolutely boiling hot. When they're supposed to go on a cool wash, I'll not be able to wear them again because they've gone wide and long and awful. I thought, well, I might have settled down now after a week. So I put, I think, 5 or 6 cardigans in on Sunday, and they're still in there with a load of water.
Well, Muriel wasn't happy at all because she said when she contacted the retailer, she didn't feel they were very helpful. I went off and had a word with the retailer, and you will know if you were listening to the programme yesterday, despite 1 or 2 bumps along the road, Muriel was feeling much happier because the repairman from the retailer had gone out to her property, he'd had a look at it, he had established that as far as he was concerned, there is no problem with it. It's just maybe the wrong programme had been put on, and then when it had gone on too long, Muriel had switched the machine off at the point, which had then jammed the machine. It had kind of jammed the computer element of it, and that's why it wasn't releasing her clothes. But he said, I've checked the washing machine, and as far as I'm concerned, the washing machine is now working absolutely fine, and I don't see there is any further problem with it. However, I've left things with Muriel that if it does go wrong again, she's got my detail. I've asked if she can get her granddaughter to come and do a video of the machine so that I can see what the problem is. And I'll go back and I'll get it sorted for her. So that was good. And when I spoke to Muriel yesterday, she sounded much happier and much more relieved. Well, she's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Muriel.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Muriel. Now, what I had also done at the same time is I had contacted the manufacturer of this washing machine because you were saying that you had, when you hadn't got anywhere with the retailer, you'd involved the manufacturer, and the manufacturer in fact had said that they would be prepared to come out to your property today, Friday, to fix it originally. But you weren't happy with that, and you were worried that, in fact, the machine wasn't fixable, and that's why I went and spoke to the retailer. Let's not forget, it's the retailer's responsibility anyway, because your contract is with the retailer, it is not with the manufacturer. But I did contact the manufacturer on your behalf. Now, this is an Indesit washing machine, and Indesit are part of the Whirlpool Group, and they've been investigating as well. And I gather they have also made an offer to you. They've come back with a statement for today's programme. They say, our thoughts are with this customer. One of our engineers is going to visit her home on Saturday to just assess her washing machine and to see what has happened. If we find a fault with the machine, we will happily exchange the machine for her. So I have you actually heard from them, Muriel?
I have, yes.
I think this is just a bit of belt and braces, really, from them, that they're going to come out tomorrow, just check it. But the good news is they say if they find any problem with that machine, they're going to give you a new machine.
Yeah, this absolutely wonderful firm. I can't complain one little bit about them. They were just lovely. Yeah, they're just going to check it tomorrow, and which will make me feel better, to be quite honest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted with their response because I know the retailer is very confident that the machine is fine. But based on your experience, and I know you were nervous about whether the machine is fine or not, I think to have Indesit's own engineer come out and to just check it themselves, and as you've heard them say, if they find any problem with it, they'll replace it for you. I think that's just fantastic. It's going the extra mile. So that's great. So what I'd like to do, can I catch up with you on Monday? We'll find out how things go tomorrow. And fingers crossed, one way or the other, you'll be 100% happy.
Oh, absolutely, yes. I'm thrilled to bits that they're going to come out. Because even though I was told the washing machine is fine, I still feel a bit nervous about putting my washing back in.
Yes. And I think you can explain that to the engineer, and I'm sure that they'll give it a thorough checking over. And hopefully, they'll show you as well the program you need, and you can show them which one you put it on. You can have that kind of conversation. Hopefully, it will just get you feeling very confident with the machine. But if there is a problem, they've said they'll replace it. So I think that's brilliant. I'm going to give Indesit this half of the horn. I hope that I'll be able to give them the final part of the horn on Monday. Can we catch up beginning of next week?
I'm sure you'll be able to play it fully on Monday because, I feel really confident now about them coming out.
That's great. OK, listen, I'll talk to you Monday. You have a good weekend.